Hello, hello, hello. Long time no speak, chat. Definitely weren't just streaming Football Manager. We're live here with some F1 Manager. How are we all? Oh my word, we are here. We are back at Haas. My camera zoom is all messed up. Chat, you can see the door. This is for the old time viewers. We used to have a different camera where the door was always here. So for the door cam fans amongst you, the long term view, the door is still there. Have I written season 2 in the title, chat? Have I written season 2? Are you telling me that I've written? Enjoy Doorcam. I hope it makes you happy, chat. Have I written season 2 in the title? I've written season 2. I've fixed it now. It's a good start today. It's a good start today. We won't discuss that. The Lonely Fermenter, thank you for some of the tier 1. Say goodbye to the door, chat. I'm really sorry. Oh. Hi. That's a bit too intense. Oh, door's back. Door's stuck. That's a very niche reference. It's not that niche at all, is it? But some people will know what I'm referencing there. Don, thank you for some of the Prime for 17 months. A bit late, but I was playing F1. My desk is the most empty because otherwise my kitten would just yeet everything off. Yeah, I was discussing earlier, chat. What random stuff have people got on their desk at the moment? I've got sunglasses and a pot of chewing gum. Does anyone else just acquire random stuff? I feel like if I got a cat, it would encourage me to be more tidy. You know, I wouldn't leave things around as much. I'd value having stuff, like, just left, I feel like. Where's the clock pictures? My wall was recently painted, so the entire of my apartment got painted, like, a week ago, for people who are wondering. And because of that, I can't put anything on the walls for a few weeks, just because you're not really meant to do that. At least when it comes to stuff like, what are they called? Command strips, right? Like, if you put it on fresher paint, I think they say you should always wait like 2 weeks with command strips. So we're in the waiting period. Do I prefer cats to dogs? I wouldn't say. I'd say I'm more a dog person than a cat person, but I don't dislike cats. And given the nature of my job, given the fact I live alone, I feel like if I was to be doing what I do now with streaming and stuff, a dog needing to go to the toilet, wanting to go for walks, would be more disruptive to my work than a cat is. Unless, of course, you get one of those cats that just wants to sit on your desk all the time when you're trying to record videos and stream. But then I could just, you know, I could use the cats to garner sympathy subs and stuff, couldn't I? So maybe that is the play. Drabin UK, thank you for some with the Prime as well. Let's be honest, chat. Some cats are absolute wankers. But, like, if you get to know your cat, if it's your own cat, it's fine if they're a prick, isn't it? It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, we are playing some F1 Manager. That we have to just do some live tinkering and then change this thing here. I'm back in the black empty square from the other day. Football Manager? F1 Manager even? There we go. Panic over. Right, we've got Suzuka coming up. Play F1, please, says Vetting. You know what, Vetting? Because you've asked, I might now go play some Golf Resort Tycoon. Is that acceptable? Can you sign drivers in F1 Manager? I can confirm you can sign drivers. You can also sack Mick Schumacher. So 10 out of 10. Game of the year. Game of the year. Top 11 stream, all right. Yeah, chat. What other management games can I branch out into? Yeah, I was thinking Roller Coaster Tycoon. Is that a management game? Kind of. How are we looking? Oh, Simeon Resta's contract expires soon. Should I be renewing it or should I be looking for someone new? From the looks of things, I should be renegotiating it. I've got to remember we don't have that big of a pulling power, and he's actually our best staff member, so probably gonna go out and eliminate. Probably worth giving him a rise. Like, I'll give you the same salary that you're currently on. We can't afford pay rises. Money's tight. I think I hate him. Huge Potato, thank you for the 14 months. I thought this was a Gold Resort Tycoon stream. I think you were meant to write golf when you've written gold, but I've read it as gold. Is Gold Resort a game? Is there a game where you can build gold resorts? I'll give you a lump sum bonus as well. But Simeone, I'm being more than reasonable here. I'm even going to go up to 3 million because I just want to give you a round number. Excuse me. Excuse me. I guess I should give him the 290, but 290 is not a round number. Does anyone else just feel like they have to offer driver, like, staff members and stuff in contracts round numbers? I can't give him 3.1. It's like the TV volume. TV volume for me always has to be on a multiple of 5. I know for some people, you know, TV volume has to be on an even number. I'm about to piss him off here, aren't I? Chat, how do you operate your TV volumes? Is it multiple of 5s, multiples of 2, multiples of 10, or are you just an absolute nutcase who has the TV volume set to like 19? If you are that guy, please leave the chat now. How did I get my car that good in such a short period of time? Our car isn't actually that good. Hi, well, sorry, what are you drinking? It looks like lemon to me. It is lemon. It is lemon squash. Is lemon squash a good choice, chat? I'll let you be the judge. I'm going to have to go to odd numbers and it upsets me. Oh, he doesn't even want to talk to us anymore. Doesn't even want to talk to us anymore. You know what, Simeon? Didn't want you anyway. Didn't want you anyway. I'm fine. My wife picks 11 or 13 and I might have to divorce her. What do you mean, May? You're going to have to. I'm sorry to Tom, but your wife, she's a wrong 'un. You know, it starts with having the volume at 11 or 13, and it's all downhill from there. Look, chat, we can renew his contract in a little bit. It'll be fine. Oh, Kevin's gearbox. Let's have a look. We've already taken... Oh, wait. I've already updated it. The game just hasn't caught up yet. That's fine. We did that at the end of last stream, I think. That's the backup chassis made. We lost a chassis when Pacher crashed at Zandvoort and I didn't realise. So last races, chat, where were we yesterday? Oh yeah, it was Zandvoort Monza. So Zandvoort, we managed to get Kevin Magnussen to win. Pacher crashed out. You can't see it, so I'll just pretend it was Mick in the car for this weekend. We might have had our first DNF of the year at Zandvoort, but we took a gamble in the rain and it worked. Monza, oh my word. Monza was a bonkers race. This looks weird, right? Because we finished first and second. If you have a chance to watch the VOD, this race was mad. There was a safety car. Nicholas Latifi almost killed Danny Ricciardo in a crash that, you know what, it may not be allowed on the YouTube highlight package. It was that violent or a collision. But we managed through a safety car and got 1 and 2. And then most recently at Singapore, we got 5th and 12th. Now this one is like, this one doesn't look as impressive, but I actually think this was our best points of the season. We were running in P9 and P10, and Pacher was on a harder tyre compound. He was on the mediums, I think, when Magnussen was on the softs. So we had Magnussen manage his tyres, and then Pacher backed up all of Magnussen's rivals when they pitted. And then we were able to get Magnussen out the pit. It actually ended under safety car. We might have been able to have a go at the Ferraris right at the very end. But yeah, still a good performance. But it was a really fun race at Singapore. We probably should have had a few more safety cars. I think we got a bit unlucky with that. But that 5th place there was really, really good. And just because someone was asking, you know, how's your car so good? The reality is our car actually isn't that good at all. I mean, we focused on high-speed cornering, right? But we're pretty middle at the pack at everything else. Like in Singapore, neither of our drivers made it into Q3. But our whole car is tailored towards the high-speed tracks. High-speed cornering, at least. But at the moment, all of our development isn't in this year's stuff. It's all into research for next season. We're planning ahead. Do I miss Micknet yet? No. No, not at all. But yeah, not sure how we're going to get on at Suzuka, because we've got really good high-speed cornering, but our actual speed isn't that good. But the high-speed cornering really helps our race pace, I feel like, because it sets you up for overtakes, being able to carry speed through the corners. I know that sounds like a kind of obvious thing, but in some ways, especially on tracks with shorter straights like Zandvoort, you know, just that good high-speed cornering helps. I'm not going to go for the Q3 one. After last race where we didn't make it into Q3, I'm a bit apprehensive, I guess. So one of your Alpine drivers, a Haas. I don't really want to replace K-Mag, but it's the Pacher project, isn't it? It's the Pacher project here at this institution. If you're in this chat right now, you are part of the project. You are here through thick and thin with Pacher. Even when he bins it into a wall like he did yesterday, even when he is just Kevin Magnussen's to make sure that Magnussen gets the points. Like, it's all part of his learning experience. To be honest, really, I've seen like people talking about. He said Konnichiwa. He said Konnichiwa. Dies of cringe. Died of cringe. Crofty said Konnichiwa. Chat. Get the defib. I've had a moment. He said Konnichiwa. He doesn't do that for any other circuit, does he? But yeah, I'm not that bothered about the setup stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Oh, chat, wet quali might work for us. Moderate rain, not heavy rain. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He does say hello at Silverstone. You know what? And he says hello at... Does he say howdy when we go to Austin next? We'll find out. But, what was I just about to... I was going to say something in chat and then I died of cringe. Oh, the practice stuff. Like, at the moment, I'm finding that the game is maybe a bit too easy without taking practice. I think if I was getting more optimal setups, it would just make the game even easier. So I'm not too bothered about doing practice right now. Like, who knows? Like, if they patch the game, if it feels like it becomes more essential to do, I'll probably do a bit more of practice, even if it's just altering the setups between sessions and then simulating them.
Welcome back to what is
but for now, I don't feel like I need to worry about it too much. Okay. Practice. We don't look terrible. I could have given Sargent time in the car, but to be honest, we'll do that in America. He doesn't need to be in it for every session. We want to get K-Mag's overtaking up. I don't know any of the first day patch changes, I'm afraid. Hey, Mohammed Maya, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, dude. K-Mag's doing bloody brilliant, isn't he? I always forget about Sargent. I will admit it, chat. I do. Look at that setup confidence. Can you actually have your reserve driver race the races, chat? Can you do that? Can I make Sargent race instead of Magnussen in America? No. Oh. I had a dream, chat. Hopes deleted. Okay, this is a wet quali, moderate rain, so...
Ready to check.
There's no rain in the first session, according to my weather forecast. Do I trust our weather... Do I trust our BBC weather app? I'm not sure I do. So Suzuka is a really, really sick track. Sector 1 is like a proper test. With the kind of the S's, the high-speed corners. Also, only track on the calendar, I think. We were discussing this yesterday. That's a figure of 8. Exit on this turn here is really, really important as well for your whole lap. You can make or break a lap in Sector 2. Then a run down to the chicane at the end. Okay, are we going to clear the traffic here? Are we going to clear the traffic here? I hate Aston Martin. 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 How much time have we lost there? Oh, well, it's all over. K-Mag's lost 2 seconds. I'm going to let him finish the lap because of the risk of rain. Hamilton might have blocked Pacher there as well. Pacher lost half a second in the last sector because of Hamilton. I'm fine. You know what, chat? I actually really like Aston Martin. I actually think Aston Martin are an okay team. Chat, remind me after this session when neither driver gets through to do a prediction for the next session. I think we run the same softs again. Yellow in sector 3. Did Perez have a moment? No.
Sounds like a spin.
It was Zhou who had a spin. Had a spin, but only 2 seconds behind Kevin Magnussen. I feel like Aston Martin, I never get blocked by Williams as much as I get blocked by Aston Martin in qualifying. I don't know if anyone else can relate to this. It's always the Aston Martin with their little, is it Aramco that's written on the back of their rear wing? A little fucking Aramco logo. Makes me angry. Nira Vital, thank you so much for summing the Prime. Welcome aboard. Chat, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you guys hanging out again with the stream today. I was pleasantly surprised. We've just come off the back of streaming some Football Manager. We had almost 1,000 of you here, and whilst I have no doubt some people are sat around waiting for F1 Manager, which is kind of fair enough, we're not getting out here, are we? Oh, for God's sake. Please let us out. Locked up, they won't let me out. They won't let me out when locked up. Right, if there's a yellow flag ahead, both these laps are ruined. But no, I appreciate you guys hanging out and vibing with me again with F1 Manager tonight. Starting a little bit later today. Probably won't be going quite as late as 3 AM, I think it was. We were here till yesterday. But I want to get this race in the US Grand Prix done.
I think someone's run wide.
Russell's run wide, but that's okay. He's miles up the road. Please, no one have an instant. We just want clean laps. We just want clean laps. We are going to cross the line here, right, with Kevin Magnussen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the line is at the start of the start-finish straight. Yeah, Pacher's doing okay despite being blocked. I have no clue about F1. Let's go. That's what I want to hear. I hope, like, I'm not going to proclaim to know everything there is to know about F1 or anything, but I'd like to think if you're maybe someone who knows nothing about F1, I'm able to give enough context for you to be able to kind of know what's going on and at least understand some of my decisions in a way that maybe helps you guys out. Kevin Magnussen's just gone the fastest out of everyone in Sector 1. Kevin, what are you? He's on a flyer, chat. Kevin Magnussen, how much quicker did he go than Pacher? Not even that much quicker. First sector were good because it's the high-speed corner sector, which bodes well for the race. If we can get ahead in the high-speed corners of Sector 1. Just need no incidents in front of us. But yeah, I'm hoping that I'm able to, I suppose, express what I'm doing and why in a way that makes it easy to understand, like, little things. K-Mag a little quicker again, but both drivers should be good here. K-Mag could end up in, like, 5th, I reckon. Let's find out. Where's he going to go? 4th! That's a monster lap. Faster than Perez on outright speed, although I don't know if Perez got a super clean lap. I gave Mick Schumacher 4 races. Now, yes, one of them was in Australia where I completely f***ed him with the wrong tyres and he pitted 4 times and then retired. And another one I made him just a pawn in our piece to get Kevin Magnussen points. But make no mistake, I gave him opportunities, chat. I gave him chances.
Ready to check, Kevin.
What's the weather? I got told it was going to be moderately raining on Saturday. I'm going out early. I am not risking the rain. I know our weather app saying no rain. Don't trust it. It's lied to us before in Austria. It's lied to us before in... Where was the other place it lied? Australia it lied as well. Don't trust the app. Please no rain. Please no rain. Please no rain. How many drivers are there to hire outside the main one? So there's all the reserve drivers. There are the F2 and F3 drivers as well in the game. I've not seen anything. Is it Furkant? Sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. I'm hoping we get a day one patch. I'm not sure if there will be one. There was a patch that came out for people who had access like I did a little ahead of release last Tuesday. There weren't any patch notes, but I don't think it changed anything to do with the racing. So I'm kind of hoping, and again, not expecting anything here really, but I'm hoping that because there wasn't any drastic changes to race stuff that I'm aware of in that patch, if we do get a patch this week, it might have some stuff for like the tyre wear, blue flags, and a few other little bits. But at the same time, it's a bank holiday today in England, so anyone at Frontier won't have been working today. So it's probably a little ambitious to expect a patch tomorrow. There is a podium animation, Reese, but if you get a podium position with a driver that doesn't have a face, they don't play the podium animation. They wrote on Steam that there was a patch today. Did they? Did they? Is this a thing? Is my game... Was there a patch that I'm not aware of? If I go to the Steam Community Hub? What's the date today? The 29th. Well, I cannot see anything. Am I blind? Am I news? I can't see anything on Steam about a patch today. Chat, am I blind? Am I going crazy? If you press discussion, it's what are the posts? Oh, okay. Oh, it was a localization and language issue in the game that was getting translated, chat. So yeah, I didn't touch any of the gameplay stuff, so I'm still hoping we might get a gameplay patch this week. I think even if the rain doesn't come, we should be okay for this session. I think our car has enough high-speed pace in Sector 1. Looking at the Sector 1 times, the Red Bull is the fastest car. That's running a 31.414. Why is that? Chat, why is it showing incorrect sectors? Am I misreading? Oh, is that Session 1, Session 2, Session 3 for Pratt? No, that's not right. Chat, why am I being an idiot here? What am I reading? I want to see the sector times. Is that last laps? No, that is why can I... Is there a place I can see the best laps? So Verstappen on his flying lap went 31.414. So we're 50 thousandths, well, 60 thousandths quicker than the Red Bull in that sector. Sector 2, they're running a 38.42. We're running a 37.66. That can't be right, can it? Verstappen must have got blocked. Then a 19.5 in the last. I think Verstappen must have got blocked. He's probably not the best. Let's quickly compare to the Ferrari. 37.5 for Leclerc is fastest. I mean, they're pretty close behind K-Mag in that sector. And then we're losing. So we lose a 100th in Sector 2 and 200ths in Sector 3. Sector 1, we are quick, though. I kind of want to save a set of softs here. Sector 1, we're good in. We lose a lot of time, I think, on the run-in. Which, who's on that run-in right now? When the Ferrari's about to hit it. It's Leclerc on his in-lap. This long straight here is where we're losing 2/10. I'm pretty certain. I think we go out again just to cover ourselves on old softs, but I want to save a set of softs for the race in case we need them. Car's quick, though. I didn't think... Obviously, our overall pace isn't that good. But high-speed cornering feels just super powerful in the game. Like, if you've got good high-speed cornering at tracks where it's at all a factor, it's pretty big. Are we winning? I think we're winning. I think we classify this as winning. When you're not streaming, do you micromanage as much as you do streaming? I probably micromanage more, to be honest. Alonso's not going to get another lap here. And he's slower than both our drivers. I think we're safe. Alonso isn't going to have time to set another lap. I think that we are fine. I'm gambling. The fact that we are faster than everyone else in Sector 1 is big. Now we wait for the times to come in and end up falling all the way down. Oh no, Pacheco could be in danger. I think he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. A bit closer than we like. Doesn't feel like winning without Mick. Feels like winning to me. Tastes even more like victory. Hey, the Josh, you've not missed much. Right, chat, I forgot to do a prediction. Is there rain for this session? We were told there was going to be moderate rain on Wally.
Ready to check, Kevin.
We have to go out now. 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 If we don't go out now, we don't get a lap time set in dry because it's not a short lap. When does that rain come? 5 minutes. 5 minutes and it starts raining. It's going to be heavy by the end. But track grip is going to drop off potentially sooner. That seems to conflict with the weather report, but we just get out quick here. Everyone else, anyone who doesn't get a lap out here is going to be in trouble. I don't think we would have time to run 2 hot laps because you need to recharge the battery between laps now. Apart from skimming practice, how do I make the game harder? Stick to the presets when you develop parts. You can make some really busted parts by changing the sliders yourself. Oh yeah, Jack, I saw that post about the fuel stuff. Two hot laps, yeah, you can choose to have a cooldown lap in between. Ah, okay. Thing is, I think if we had a cooldown lap, the rain comes. 2 minutes, 70% chance of rain. And it looks gloomy here at Suzuka. These laps are going to be the ones that matter. We want to see both drivers going quick. What was it, like a 31.5? That is fast by Magnussen. That is 2 tenths quicker than he was in the last session. Pacheco's gone better too. Track's definitely like got more life in it now than it did last session. I think people are going to struggle to match those times. Rain in 1 minute, chat. Have I won any races yet? We've won 3 races this season. Am I getting the numbers muddled up, chat? Was it not that much quicker? Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like that is quicker than what we did last session. Have I got the decimal in the wrong place? Was it a 3.35? Oh, there's a Red Bull. Ah, Pacheco. That hurts. How much time did he lose? This is all going to be in Sector 3. He lost 1.3 seconds. The rain's come now. The rain is here.
So there's rain.
Also, Verstappen is now on his hot lap. The rain's going to come before he gets to the end. And he's got to get through our drivers. Teo might still get a pretty good spot here, chat. We need this rain to hit 1 millimeter sooner. So Perez and Sainz have gone quick. Magnussen is faster than Leclerc. Leclerc must have got blocked somewhere. Karma is a bitch, isn't it? I'm not calling them in early. Karma is a bitch. Okay, the rain is already in the Inter's range. Chat, this is not going to change from here. Magnussen is going to be starting in 3rd. This session is only going to get wetter. How pretty is this game in the rain, though, chat? Suzuka is... I mean, you expect rain at Suzuka. It looks so nice, this game, though. Like, the sun setting. Like, the colours in the sky. Oh, look at this. He's got no pace. I'm playing the world's smallest violin right now. Yeah, this is an inter-track now. It might be wet, but Max might be... Oh, he can't even stop for the chicane. Is he even going to bother finishing this lap? It'd be a bit weird if he did. Okay, he's going to try and finish it. He's tiptoeing. 14 seconds slow. I know he got blocked. Both Mercs are yet to set a time. Alonso's with them as well. Is this their flying laps? Yeah, okay, well. This is not going to... This grid is not changing from here. Magnussen P3, Pacher P6. That's not too bad. No DRS now either. Yeah, that's the session. No one's going to go quicker. Look at those times. I mean, they're going to be going out in the Inters to try and better one another, to try and get a tiny bit higher up, maybe. Why are these guys going out now? They're just going out on wets. I guess maybe to get data. You're not going to go faster on wets. Watch them now. We'll go faster on wets. He went... Verstappen's still 7 seconds behind on the wets on the right tyre. I guess the argument is they're getting data by going out in the rain. But given the fact I was told it wasn't going to rain tomorrow. Let's have a quick look here. It's weird how they waited so much longer to go out, these guys. That they probably shouldn't have waited that long. Although Verstappen waited not like a minute. And that was the difference maker there.
The grid is packed and there's electricity in the air.
Okay.
There's no surprises in that.
Do you want a prediction, chat?
Haas set themselves up for success during the race here with some spectacular
They'll
qualifying.
drive us on wet tyres. Did anyone? I think I saw a blue band of a wet. Oh no, it was the tyre blankets.
But will they fulfill that potential by the time...
Chat, what do you want a prediction on? I reckon, will we get a podium? I didn't think we'd be this competitive here, but it feels like a track that we are competitive enough at. 1 stop or 2 stop. I'm tempted to go soft mediums on both. I know the 1 stop is strong in this game, but I think with our overall pace in Sector 1, if we can get ahead, we could really pull away. Right, chat, prediction is live. Will we get a podium? Can it be done? Will it be done? Let me know. Right. Okay. Also, chat, we are getting towards 50,000 followers on Twitch. I wasn't that close to it like a week ago. I feel like we have to arrange some kind of thing. Soft or softs, medium softs. The life that the softs have, I feel like there's enough of a window to wait for a free pit stop. I feel like if you go on this strategy, you can run the softs a bit longer and then at the end try and wait out with the second set of softs, a pit stop, to come on to mediums right at the end. Thing is, you're gonna want to be on the softs at the end, probably. If there's a safety car, I think soft, medium, softs. Part of me's like, let's get aggressive. Right, chat, prediction right now, we've got, how many? 500,000 channel points on the line. Those are rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers. I see the apology in the title for sacking Mick has been rescinded. I wondered, Rise, how long it would take for someone to notice. I think we get mega aggressive here. Sector 1, I'm going to just ask the drivers to deploy. Don't use your ERS situationally. If there's a spot where you would normally use it in those spots. If we could end up with Kevin Magnussen at the front, chat, after the start here. Of how quick we are in Sector 1, especially running in dirty air. When you're leading, what you think, harvest or deploy? I think that, well, it depends, right? If you need the charge, you harvest. But you want to avoid getting to the front with harvest on, chat, especially if the cars behind are in DRS. Like, you want to be getting if you're harvesting in first and the car behind you is in DRS range, let them get in front of you and then harvest in DRS and just train them. If you're harvesting at the front, you just get absolutely wrecked in the straights here. Stream until you win and the constructors with Williams for 50k followers. I need to sleep. The question isn't why did you get rid of Mick, it's why didn't you replace him with Gotifi? Well, the thing is, to Big Bird, so Gotifi is actually our third driver. As viewers can confirm, he has single-handedly won us races this year with his crashes. He's a god for us. Je suis Mick is in the chat. Right. Going for the two-stopper, getting aggressive. We have a punchy race car in Sector 1. And I'm hoping that in Sector 2 and 3 where we're slower,
it's the Japanese Grand Prix.
We can just get a tow.
And it's lights out.
Okay. Okay, K-Mag, this is your start, mate. This is your start. He's already got Perez. What strategy are they going on? Everyone is on soft. Good. Chair lost a place, but it was Verstappen. Of all the cars to lose to, that's not too bad. See, I back us here in this sprint after this next left-hander to the tight right to actually make moves. Maybe I'm deluded. I feel like it's a spot where we might be able to make something happen. What's the forecast saying, chat? No rain. No rain predicted. Hairpin to the left here offers a chance for a dive bomb sometimes. Chair's trying to go around the outside of Verstappen. He's got him. Nice, Teo! There are no sprint races in this game.
Good job.
Which is a bit of a shame. That's one thing that I wish was in the game. I'm not expecting them to add, like, creator team mode in as a patch. But if they patched in sprint races, that would be a big dub IMO. But I appreciate it's probably not a small amount of work. I feel like we probably end up getting sprint races next year, but as part of that, they add in loads of different qualifying formats that teams can vote in. Oh, Teo, K-Mag made a move, chat. I totally missed that.
Okay, good job, Kev.
Good job, Kev. Right, now,
Good job.
now we follow. We're going to go for overcuts on both our drivers, I think, here.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Is this just in the... I was going to say in the DRS. It's not even in the DRS. It's just the run out. Let's get to the outside line. Perez has to lift here to make the corner.
And there they go.
Love it, Kevin. Love it, Kevin.
So you can push a bit more.
We're in a good spot. Is this game too easy? I think they can make it harder for sure. If you focus your development on high-speed corners, it feels pretty powerful. I think we're looking at the overcut on both our drivers. We saved a set of softs for both our drivers too. Surprised the teams at the bottom. Oh, I guess they did use the softs in the last session in Q3 right at the start. Well, we've got fresher softs than everyone else because we didn't do that extra run out in Q1. So that should give us the ability to overcut. Probably by an extra lap or two. I have no clue about F1, but is it kind of like cycling in terms of movement? I'll be honest, I don't have a clue about cycling. Maybe someone in chat can confirm or answer the question. I'm not ready for this week. Gonna have to start looking for grad jobs. Any tips? Start looking tonight. Just won Singapore with Fernando. Hey, nice. Bottas has already been dropped by this lot. If Bottas can hold back Verstappen, that is good for our race. We definitely can get more aggressive on these softs as well because of the...
if you've got some margin, try to increase the
what do you call it? Because of the extra life in them. If it rains after the forecaster said it's going to be dry, I'm going to be so upset, chat. Sector 1, we are hanging with cars, which is great. What positions did we start? P3 and P6? Yeah, Bottas is now on Pache's Singapore duty for us. Bottas, just park up. So DRS is enabled here, so this train is going to get a big tow. K-Mag's having a go. Kevin, you're not meant to be doing this. Is it not DRS here? Am I mistaken, chat? Where are they? Okay, you know what? I'm going to admit, gap in my knowledge here. We've not raced at Japan IRL in a while. Oh, it's just the start-finish straight. For some reason, I thought there was a second sector, DRS section there. If this is the only DRS bit, I'm tempted to go even more on the overcut with K-Mag. You know what, Kevin? Dump this here. We are faster in this sector, and we're good. If we can pull away here and break a second for next lap, it'd be big.
Haas with an overtake.
I want to see how we are running off ahead. For anyone who plays F1 Manager on console, how good is it? Asked Luca. Chat, how is F1 Manager on console if you've been playing it? I don't want to burn through all this battery here. Go and harvest, and I'm going to put it back on in sector, well, end of sector 2, start of sector 3. I think in general, like, this game's really good. Like, the UI is a bit big on PC. Like, you can almost tell it's been designed for console. But in general, like, it doesn't... There's some... I was talking about this the other day. There's some games recently that I've played which are console... Well, games primarily developed for console, like first-person shooters. And their UI is really bad with a keyboard and mouse because it's designed for controller. Whereas I don't feel like with this game, there's any bits that annoy me so much that I feel like, oh my god, this is because they had to design it for a controller. If that makes sense. I feel like it might be more tricky to change stuff quickly like I am, although so much of that is muscle memory, right? Like, it might end up becoming quicker than clicking. Okay, Magnussen's gone quickest. Managed to drop Perez and Sainz who are fighting. If they can now lose time squabbling, that'd be great. The Red Bull is faster than the Ferrari, I think, on race pace. What's the difference between high-speed cornering and low-speed? It's how the car takes faster corners versus slower corners. So corners that have a higher top speed, if you have better high-speed cornering, you can take them at quicker speeds. Okay, K-Mag's in a good spot. Pacher, I mean, we've got these tyres that we can just manage a little bit, I feel like. Our tyre wear is definitely bad compared to everyone else because we have, for people who are new around here, our cooling isn't particularly good and we're all about high-speed cornering. I think we're 11th and 12th fastest car-wise around that point for actual speed. K-Mag's dropping them. I'm kind of tempted to let Pacher have a bit of a push. Jack, do you think if you dropped a top driver at Williams, the AI would podium? Probably not, no. That car is really, really bad. AlphaTauri is really, well, sorry, Alfa Romeo with Bottas. Bottas is really, really good. The Fate. But I feel like with the right safety cars and stuff, with a car like an Alfa Romeo or like an Alpine, you definitely can get on the podium like 3 times in 8 races. Oh, you're saying you got 2 first places in 8. Bottas is really like OP, I feel like. He's 87 rated. It's mad. Ah, Verstappen cleared Bottas, is now chasing us. I'm going to have to manage tyres just a little bit here. Hope we drop the other guys by enough. Why don't I get Oscar Piastri instead? Because I wanted to get Pacher. Pacher is better. 2.8 seconds now. K-Mag is quick in clean air in our car. Bottas just won a race in my save and I'm not even managing it. Drivers do retire, yeah. My concern here is, chat, we very rarely have a race when neither of our drivers lock up. Should we let Pacher have a go?
You can push.
End of lap. End of lap. Well, I say end of the lap. Into the end of this lap. Yeah, I don't know if I don't think drivers decline overall wise, which is a bit of a weird choice. I imagine that's a licensing thing, but I'm not sure. But there are regens and stuff in the game, and drivers do choose to retire. And as a driver gets older, they get less experience. So even if they don't decline, they won't just, you know, continue on the same trajectory forever, development-wise. Should I get Albon or keep Piastri? Someone else. I have Gasly and on Williams. Albon's pretty good in game. Who locked up? Sector 2? Is it one of the Alpines? The other flag Sector 2. No safety car right now.
Let's take a look
Chat.
at the replay.
Let's reset the Latifi spin counter. Reset the timer.
They've locked up.
Reset the timer for Latifi locking up. I think we went 10 laps without it happening. Okay, Magnussen is just driving his own race. Let's see what Teo is capable of in this car, chat. I believe Pacher is a lot cheaper than Piastri is. How are the F1 chocks? Oh my god, those chocolate helmets are so good. I want to see if Pacher can actually push through like Kevin did, starting P3. Don, thank you for the 100 bits, mate. I appreciate the support massively. I sometimes have a mad fun time with Pokemon randomizers, so I think a driver randomizer at the start of careers could be fun as hell. Can you imagine that? You start up a save game chat and all the drivers are shuffled. Latifi's just there in a Mercedes or a Red Bull at the front. Who do I think is the best team to manage overall Ferrari, Aston Martin, or Williams? I think depends on what you're looking for. Williams are pretty miserable first season, whereas I think with Aston Martin, you're a bit more likely to get points. Oh, go on, Teo. Okay, dump this now. We're going on deploy to try and stay ahead of Leclerc. Because I think if he's on overtake here, he doesn't use the ERS in the same way. How much did it cost to kit Mick? Like 200k, it was cheap. Because he's only got 1 year left on his contract. Magnussen is getting closed slightly.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy that.
We can harvest on Teo now for another push later.
Full charge.
I don't think I need to look for the undercut with Pacher. He's got a lot of life in these tyres, I think. Or at least he did. I'll tell you what, chat. We started with fresh tyres that were 8% less worn. I know I pushed the drivers hard because we could. We have eaten the tyres way more than I thought we would. So pit window opens lap 15. I'd expect to see the AI pit lap 17. Would be my guess. You want to kick Ocon, but it's like 5 million. Yeah, Ocon has quite a long deal, does he not, with Alpine? Pacher's losing ground because we're in harvest.
Motor race.
Neutral seems pretty powerful. When I say powerful in the game, it's the one that I recommend you leave it on the most. Should be in DRS range, right? Just, I think. Yeah, we good for DRS. I was worried we'd lost it. Are we dropping Leclerc? No, Leclerc is right up behind Pacher. Would I ever do editing down versions of the F1 races on this, say, for your second channel? It takes me 6 to 7 hours, Sherlock, to edit down the Alpine videos that are designed specifically to be videos. I feel like the streams might end up taking longer because they're more difficult to cut around when I'm talking and stuff. Like, the reality is that, like, you're cutting down something that's like an hour video, like, it just takes too long. There's not enough hours in the day. And right now, it's just not financially viable to pay for someone to edit down all the stream races. I'd love to be in a position where I can hire someone as a part-time editor, or like maybe even a full-time editor to edit down the stuff. But it takes me 7 hours to produce an Alpine video from scratch. I'd say for this kind of stream stuff, you'd be looking at 3 hours per race. So realistically speaking, that is 3 hours of editing for each race. If I'm paying an editor like a decent rate, you're looking at like £50 for that, roughly, minimum. And then it's a case of to make £50 from a YouTube video, I mean, realistically, every single video would have to get 5,000 plus views, and I'm not sure how likely that is. I'd agree, Kiko. You should be able to sign drivers to come in for the next season. I find that a really weird omission. Pacher is right up behind these guys now. They've been squabbling. Moving on harvest. Why are you winning first season? The game, I think, is a bit too easy. There's some stuff you can do with the part development that I didn't realise like worked as it does. Where if you like, basically you can make really broken parts when you do the sliders by dragging them all to the right. So since I think my first or second set of upgrades, I've just been sticking to presets only. But in general, I'm beginning to think, chat, that high-speed cornering is a really, really valuable stat that just makes cars super strong. Rumours are a day one patch is coming tomorrow. But who's saying that hello to you? Whenever people say rumours of like a day one patch coming, what you're saying there, I feel like, is hopium leaking out the F1 Manager and F1 Manager, the F1 Manager Discord and F1 Manager subreddit is leaking out that there'll be a patch that fixes all the problems people have. Like, it's just people chatting shit. I didn't beat that very well. Sorry, Mum, if you're watching. Hey, Dan, how's it going today? Does my mum watch? No. No. But in case she ever does, and because I know that she does sometimes, like, she's quite a proud mother, you know, she likes to share my channel with her friends. And, you know, I've got to cover all bases. Is it worth ever pitting twice? I am planning to pit twice this race. There's a lot of races where the one-stopper is strong. For sure. I've seen the... Well, we had the AI one-stopper against us at Baku, didn't we, chat? When I two-stopped with the red flag. We had a red flag on lap 1 of Baku this season. And the AI went on to hards. And about half the teams ran the hards for the entire race. Which was mad. I don't think Teo drives much quicker in cleaner air, Brownie Shark. I'm expecting us to see pits around lap 16, 17 from Ferrari. If I was going to guess, it'll be Sainz and Verstappen going in first. Yellow flag set to 2. I bet it was Latifi. Latifi? Should we do a prediction? Was it Latifi? Oh, it's Lance Stroll.
Now let's have a look. It's Lance Stroll. Just a bit too heavy on the
I think they just hate Canadians. Maybe that's what it is. I did a save with Ferrari just to learn the game. Sainz crashes a lot. Is that just Sainz? Sainz only won one race in his career. Like, he's crashed in my save game, so maybe he does just crash a lot. I'm sure there's some values in his like stats that mean the thing that cause him to crash a lot, but I wouldn't know what they are. What am I saving up cash for? I need to upgrade the facilities because Haas have really bad facilities. Next season's going to be tricky for us, chat. If we finish as high in the constructors as we are right now, we're going to get kind of screwed up. So as much as we got like the really good parts in, our factory and stuff are only level 2. I think it's the factory and then the other staff. I can't remember the name of the other building. And if we do end up getting 3rd or 4th in the constructors, our wind tunnel time is going to be way down low. So not only are we going to be limited on the number of parts we can manufacture and design at once, we're also going to have less time to actually develop them. So we will not be able to upgrade the car as much next year. I think these guys are all just fighting. Like, has Sainz been ahead of Perez, chat? I've not been paying enough attention. Sainz was ahead at a point. Yeah, K-Mag is pulling away. What's the lap time differences here? 4 tenths in it? I wonder if anyone's going to try a 1-stop and go soft hards. I think we stick with the mediums. Oh, Kevin Magnussen. I'm just wondering about the chair. Could we go for a 1-stopper? Would that be? I go for it. And then if there's a safety car in that latter bit, we just pit for mediums. Oh, Sonoda's spun. Last section.
Now let's look at this. The focus on Sonoda.
Chicane right at the end. I'll tell you what, if he blocks the track much longer, that's a red flag or a safety car in game. Will Alonso pit for new softs? Good spot, chat. Great spot. I wonder if he had damage. I doubt it. I didn't even know you could slide that. I'll want this thing to see different bits. Yeah, if you didn't know, chat, you can click here and get lots of useful data. So you can look at the tyres, you can look at the gap to leader. Last lap time's kind of useful, although it gets a bit buggy with pit stops and stuff, because obviously it has the pit stop time. Kevin Magnussen's just had well, he did have the fastest sector too, then Leclerc's taken it. Is Leclerc right behind Pacher? Yeah, he is. Okay, pit window's open now. I said, what did I say? Pit's lap 16? I thought that we'd see Perez or Sainz maybe come in. Keep fighting, lads. Keep squabbling. Maybe we get aggressive on what's left of these tyres now.
Keep pushing.
Pacher's going to go for a longer run here. Mind you, chat, we have burnt tyres in this traffic. The one stop is marginal. I might go back to the two stopper. I'm really tempted to go softs, mediums on Pacher. If I go for the softs here, we push really, really hard when these guys pit. If these guys don't pit in the next 2 laps, I'm going to go on to mediums. If they do pit, I'm going to overcut and go on to softs. Try and get out ahead of them on softs and then pull away from them when they're on mediums. And if, mind you, Alonso already went on to softs. What's Alonso's last time? How quick is he doing on fresh softs? So he went 1:35.6. He's got a second faster than the Williams in front, but he's now got blocked. And we know we're quick on the softs with Kevin Magnussen. I think if we get Pacher the same clean air that we got Magnussen, he can maybe push away. The only issue, are they going to pit? Are either of them going to pit here? No. Verstappen's pitted. I'm expecting Perez next lap. No, we're not going on to those. We're going on to softs. But
Boxes left, box.
we're not pitting this lap. And that's a lie. We're delaying it by a lap. We are getting purple sectors on our tyres, even though they're worn. What did Verstappen come out into here? Is he going to clear the Norris and Ricciardo train? No. He's going to come out in it. We should get in that gap in front of them if we pit. There's a window here that we'd come out into if we pit with Magnussen. But I still would have to get through the likes of Zhou, Russell, and maybe even Leclerc. So it's probably in our interest to just try and eke this out a bit longer, I think. Pacher eats his tyres, yeah. Is Hamilton going to run mediums now? Oh, Verstappen came out on softs because they didn't have fresh softs because they used them in quali. Shit, I've still got Pacher on delay for a lap, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm hoping that Sainz and Perez pit here, and then we push hard. If they don't pit, I think I have to go on to mediums. They put Verstappen on softs, though, so they're definitely going softs, mediums. They're both pitted, right. Go full beans. We are looking to get I want 2 laps out of Pacher here, if possible. And Kevin's going to pit this lap, I think. Where are these guys going to come out? We were 4 seconds at the road. That Russell Bottas road train is still a problem.
Come on, Kev, keep pushing. Got it.
Are they going to clear Norris? The Ferrari. I'll tell you what. The merging is a bit weird sometimes where the cars hold up way too much. Okay, so they cleared the train. Yeah, both of them cleared that train. How far are they behind Zhou? 8 seconds. There is a gap to pit Magnussen into, chat. We go this lap with him.
Box.
And Pacher. I'm going to delay 1 more lap. What was the last lap time for the other guys? 1:35. And there's about a second gap in the tyre performance on these softs versus fresh mediums. The estimated pit exit is a bit dodgy in game. You're way better off timing it out yourself. I should say as well, I saw the retirement comment. So if you hit the retire button... Oh, he's going quick, Pichère. He's going really quick. Pichère is fast. He just has mistakes in him and eats tyres for brekkie. So he's going to pit this lap. Right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, K-Mag's come out in 4th. He's got... What's the gap to the guys behind? 5.2. He gained another second in the pits by going that lap longer. I don't think we need to one-stop. Everyone else is going to pit again. I think we are running in net 1 and 2 here. There's no point... We don't need to go for a one-stop. We can just copy them now. The only person we've got to be a bit wary of is Zhou. So Leclerc's not pitted either. He's probably going to follow us this lap in. He might get us in the pits because our pit stop crew's bad. Yeah, Teo's going soft-softs. Verstappen went soft-softs. Pichere's going to come out in front of the guys on mediums and push harder, is my plan. I want him to come out ahead of Perez and Sainz and with the softs extend a gap in this stint, whilst there's no traffic in front. Okay, Leclerc did come in. Is he going to get us in the pits? I swear if our pit crew fairless. He's got us in the pits. What did they put him on to? Mediums? What did they put him on the mediums? That's so unfortunate, man. Oh my god, it's close with those guys as well. Right, Pichère, you have got to go motor racing here, buddy. How bad was that pit time, chat? They obviously had to hold him. But we were like a second ahead. We were a second slower changing tyres. The 5-second stop, though, includes the holding for it to be clear with Leclerc. That is really, really unfortunate that we have lost that spot there, because I think if Pichere's clear of Leclerc, we pull away. You can't change your pit crew, you can only train them. But I have been working on facilities as well for the staff. Chat, I planned that out so much. All my planning. I need to get Pichère closer to Leclerc for the DRS, I think. He should be able to pass on softs, I think. Like, Magnussen showed that we have the speed to pull away with a little bit of help with the Red Bull and Ferrari scrap. And the issue is Pichère is not as quick as Magnussen. He's not as good a driver. I've not changed any of the Haas staff. I want us to get behind Leclerc and harvest for a lap or two.
More charge.
Oh, chat, that pit stop was so unfortunate with the overcut. Oh, actually, that's right. I did sack mix engineer. That is the one engineer I changed. I felt bad separating the two of them, so I thought they could both just, you know, not have jobs together. So we are missing the soothing tones of Mick's engineer, I will admit that. The Ferrari is just quicker in a straight line, at least with Bashir. Even on these softs. Norris still hasn't pitted and is holding up Max Verstappen. That's good. That is one of the Red Bulls out of Bashir's fight. It'd be cool if drivers disagreed with the instructions. They do, Gemini. They can ignore... Well, I don't know about all the instructions, but when it comes to these two, if a driver has high aggression, it will limit their orders around moving out the way for teammates. So Bashir has low aggression, which impacts how racy he is versus Kevin Magnussen, but it also means he will always abide team orders. So he's a pretty good, like, number 2 driver. Although it's a bit annoying he's in the number 1 driver slot, because that's where Mick was. This really isn't bad for Bashir, though. Where were we pre-pit stops? Were we P4 pre-pit stops? We gained a space in the stops. It's just the issue is that we're eating through tyres and we're on the softs and everyone else on the mediums around us. I wouldn't mind Bashir really pushing just to try and hold up Leclerc, but Leclerc isn't really closing on Magnussen either. What's the last lap times? Yeah, K-Mag in clean air is running quarter of a second faster a lap. It's been a long time since we've seen a driver mistake load from one of our drivers. So I'm waiting for it. I only had one set of softs for Bashir. He had those fresh softs to start on. The ones he was running on here were slightly used. Although I'm looking at this graph. Why is this graph offset? Is that because that has the wear that they had in? Usually I feel like the graph compensates for the life the tyres had when you put on them, but it doesn't look like it did that here. Normally, like the graph, I don't know if I can show this on Magnussen's. Huh, maybe it doesn't. Normally, I feel like the graph starts lower if they're not starting at 100. That's weird. I've not seen the graph that offset. Has anyone seen it like that at the start? I think the red graph here is bugged, which might lead me to pit for the medium slightly sooner. What was the estimated pit time here? 30 seconds is pit loss time. So right now, if we pit, because we are going to have to pit again on Bashir, and he's going shorter. We're really looking to clear Danny Rick, but in a dream world, we clear Russell because he's part of a big train. All these guys are on mediums as well. I think Bashir is going to end up stuck behind a Russell train unless he can really pull out a time. Right now, we are 15 seconds. He needs to get 15 seconds up on them. And right now, we're lapping about a second quicker. How long have these softs got in them? Depends on how much I trust this graph. Second a lap, we need to run 15 laps on them. So we'd be looking to run to right at the end of the pit window. Who just pitted? Oh, Norris. Norris was the last of the runners on the mediums, I think, or who started on the... Did he start on the mediums? I'm not even sure, actually. Okay, Bashir is now right up behind. Just need to harvest for a lap or two. Magnussen's running his own race, it feels like. But this isn't to do with more wear than expected, Reza. It's starting below the line below the red at the start. Right, whereas normally, like, obviously the estimated wear versus... The only thing I can think is he locked up on his, like, first lap, but we didn't get anything about that. I think I think because we have one set of softs, that aren't used, the game can't show the fact that the second set of softs that both drivers use are used. We might find that we have the same graph situation on Magnussen here. But yeah, normally, chat, if you're going on to used tyres, the red graph starts lower. I think people are getting a bit confused here. It does normally compensate. The red graph would normally start lower if it's used. This is season 1, Coca Cane. Okay, I'm going to have to watch his fuel a little bit. Maybe we put on the wrong tyres, chat. Maybe we went full on Ferrari. Magnussen's still lapping quicker on these mediums. The mediums might be a better tyre for us. I mean, Pichel loves to eat his tyres anyway. What happened to Ocon? What? He's here. This is a Twitch save, Lawless. This is different to the Alpine save on YouTube. Okay, Pichel got a nice charge on his battery. Not had Latifi lock up in 14 laps, chat. I'm beginning to get worried. Disappointed that Pichet's not been able to catch up with Leclerc more, but Magnussen on the mediums is pulling away from Leclerc in clean air. The game can definitely do with some refining, Dan. Although Haas are pretty good, right? Because Haas have a pretty good car at the start of the game, and you have a lot of wind tunnel time anyway because of how poorly they did in the constructors last year. So you start off with a kind of above average car for how many wind tunnel hours you get, and then you get a lot of wind tunnel hours anyway. Do you only drive times 1? I'll occasionally speed it up for Frozing. I kind of enjoy actually savouring the races and trying to actually plan on the fly, as opposed to just whizzing through races in 10 minutes. Like, for me personally, like, I find enjoyment out of monitoring Pichet's performance here, trying to find a window to get him out into, versus me just hammering 30 times speed and pitting when the game tells me to. This is first race of the day, Thomas Santos. How do you manage ERS? I'm either full or empty. I will try and stick in harvest when I'm not, like, as default. Sorry, not in harvest, in neutral as a default. Overtake is good if you don't want to micromanage your drivers, but if you have them on deploy, basically if you have it in overtake, they'll use ERS when in an overtaking opportunity. If you use deploy more often, they get into the overtaking opportunity sooner because they're using deploy. So I actually find deploy is pretty good for, like, getting yourself into DRS to get moves done. Jackie, you're going to try and get Pichet into DRS range while you're in front of Leclerc. I don't think we're going to get him. I don't think we're quick enough. I think because there's only one DRS zone here anyway, so DRS isn't even that strong. You got to remember, chat, our car's pace isn't actually that good normally. And these softs have not worked for Pichet. But this is not bad. We're going to be going shorter than these guys in front. But if we can just get a tow along. Like, I could get Pichet to really give it the beans, but I'm a bit worried if I do that, then I'm going to have to pit way sooner and then really manage the mediums. I think we have a better chance of getting into the window ahead of Norris if we follow this lot. As soon as we start racing them, we're going to lose lap time. So right now we're lapping at 1:33. These guys are lapping 1.6 slower right now. Though Russell's train is the one to keep an eye on. So 1.2. We need 30 seconds clear. Right now we've got... what are we looking at? 17.5 seconds? I need to find another 13 seconds with Pichet before he switches tyre. So if I was to get really aggressive here, I'd probably burn through the softs and end up in the train anyway. It kind of sucks because we're not in a great spot, to be honest, in terms of racing with the Red Bull and the Ferrari around us. But if we can just keep getting a toe and keep getting that extra second over, well, over Russell really is the big one. The last thing we want to do is pit here with Pichère pushing and then end up behind all this lot. It's a 30-second pit stop, so there's lots of time to lose. Pichere's rating, I think, is 73. Aston probably the hardest, right? I think Williams is harder than Aston because Williams' car is just ass. But you could improve the Williams mod because you get the wind tunnel time. What does it mean if the truer tyre wear is in blue? Where are we looking? If you want to see what the pit time is on a specific track, you go to this graph in the top right, then reports, the circuit overview. It tells you the pit loss time in the bottom right. So we qualified P6 and P3. So the fact we're running in P1 and P4 right now, we don't have, well, we didn't have the pace yesterday. Magnussen's looked really, really good though today. Oh, the tyre wear number where it's blue. Good question. I actually don't know. Is it to do with his wear? Is it to do with the temperatures, chat? If anyone knows, please educate me. Might be to do with temps. I actually don't know. I've not noticed that being blue before versus other stuff. Or is it just because it's highlighted? I don't know. Oh, it means we're over the target lap. Oh, that's fine. It's been a yellow in sector 2. So one ran wide. Who was it? I think the sectors are bugged. Oh, it was Sainz. Sainz ran wide, but it's still right behind us, so it didn't run that wide. I'm a bit worried about Pichere's tyres here.
So you can push a bit more.
Okay, Mag's fuel is okay again now. Leclerc's kind of matching our lap times, but we've got a cushion. I think it might be, someone mentioned it might be to do with grip. I wonder if you're right, because I've not changed anything and it's still at 74%. I'm a bit annoyed, chat, about Pichère not clearing Leclerc in the pits, because I think that could have changed things. Can another team poach you? You cannot move teams in this game, in an active save game, which is kind of unfortunate, but it's just how the game is.
Very good.
But do we try and close the gap to Leclerc here? Oh what, fuck it. Let's see what you can actually do, Pichère. I don't know about your drivers being poached. I kind of hope that is a thing, but I don't know. Like, I'd kind of like it if Magnussen, after his performance this season, got taken by one of the big teams and we had to race against him. Oh, blue is 100% to 75%, grey is 74 to 31, and orange and then red for the wear. Okay, so it's just the wear level on the car. Yeah, I try and use one set of softs per session defensive forward, so I have a set of fresh softs for the race. If you start in F3, can you get promoted to an F1 team? You can't start in F3 or F2. The game only has F1 at the moment. I think it will do for this version. It's one of those things where I'm sure they want to do it down the line, but obviously it's a licensing challenge as much as anything. Hey, Rek, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you for raiding again, Rek. Rek, how are things going with Nando and Danny Rick? Is Pichère going to get him here in the DRS? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Nice, 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 nice. I'm still worried about this wear, but we'll just have to make the mediums last if need be. I don't really want them to add F3/F2 playable teams because Motorsport doesn't do promotion relegation.
Keep this approach.
In my
Keep
head,
this
though, they'd add that not so you move teams between them, but so that you as a team principal can move between them. Like, it'd be pretty cool if you could start in F3 as a team principal. Maybe you have a few drivers you work with, and then 5 years later you're in F1, and those drivers you worked with in their junior years, you've like been able to take with you, like, to your next team and stuff.
Save fuel.
Does the track view have any rain on it? When it rains, you do actually get rain. Or do you mean on this view here? I don't know if you get rain on this view. What's Kevin Magnussen's mediums been like here? They've been pretty good. We're trying to do, what, 20 laps on them? Pichert could pit in 3 laps and do the 20 laps that Magnussen's done. These mediums are lasting. You know what, Pichert, this is your chance to push, mate. I agree to Payne that is unrealistic, but it'd be fun. I hate this idea, chat, that everything has to be 100% and 100% realistic with management games. There seems to be this weird clash of ideas. Like, I've seen a lot of people who maybe do sim racing and stuff and, like, you know, really into their motorsports who want this game to be 100% realistic. But then they'll compare this game to the depth that, say, Football Manager has. But even Football Manager, for all its depth, has aspects of realism and of the sim that are compromised for the sake of having fun. Like, at the end of the day, it's a game. And whilst I don't deny it's not exactly common for principals to climb up through all the teams, it would add a sense of progression that at the moment the game doesn't have. Is Joe holding up Russell? Did Joe get caught up by these guys? How's Pichert looking for his window?
And lift off.
What lap did K-Mag pit? We look really good right now, chat. I might make K-Mag extend on these mediums. They look like they're going to have life in them. Pichert burns through these softs, though, man. See you later, Stewie. Take it easy, mate. In the pit last time is actually 22 seconds. The 30-second time he's given is in the pit. Ah, that makes a bit sense. The thing that makes me most excited about this game, Chan, I know I've said it a lot on the stream, is I just feel like the game is a really good foundation. Like, there's glaringly, obviously, kind of issues in the racing engine, especially like tyre wear and stuff. But ultimately, the actual gameplay looks great. It sounds great. I think it captures the essence of Formula 1 in a way that I don't really feel like the Cody's F1 game does. Like, I enjoy the Cody's F1 game, but I feel like I'm just playing any old racing game with an F1 skin on it. Like, whereas because you're running full race lengths here, obviously it is a little bit more gamified, but just little things like the you know, the way you handle quali and stuff, I feel like it's more akin to what you experience watching F1. I think with K-Mag, we keep him on these mediums. We could maybe run these, running these mediums to the end would be, I don't think that's possible. I'll just go a quick look. Yeah, let's not do that. Pichert looks good though. But yeah, with this game, I feel, okay, so Verstappen's just pitted on softs. He went soft. He was the only one of the leaders who went soft. So he's going on to the mediums that Pichert's on. So the thing to monitor is going to be his time, although I think he's going to get caught out in this next train. This is still first season, Mikkel. Yeah. I'm a bit worried about when we go into the mediums, Leclerc on the softs to end is going to be rapid and just catch us. I want to know how Magnussen's been so quick today, though. This is the first race where he has really vanished up the road. Who am I going to make world champion? I'm going to make Latifi win it all. Everyone else pitted around Magnussen. We looked at Magnussen's times. Like anyone... Norris is maybe going for the one stop with Danny Rick. But these guys in the low 60s are going to have to pit again. Oh, this is not good for Magnussen. Although it's not as essential. And he'll get DRS off that Williams. I think we'll just be doing the next race today, chat. Yeah, we got Austin up next in the US Grand Prix. Polizia, thank you for the gifted sub, by the way. Did I say that already, chat? Oh, this is an annoying bug, by the way. Your cars will lift sometimes when there's a car coming out the pit lane to avoid a crash. But obviously, we've just lost a lot of time there, which is a bit annoying and a bit unfortunate. All right, we pit this lap for mediums on Pichère. I probably could have pitted this last lap because now this Williams is fucking us. Are we going to clear the train? I think that time we just lost us. Man, no, we're going to get caught by that train. We're going to get caught in the Russell train. That's really unfortunate. All that planning, all that pushing, and I think that 3 seconds is going to be the difference between us coming out clear of Russell and coming out next to Verstappen. I mean, K-Mag is vibing, mind you. How is Haas so good season 1? I've seen loads of people ask this. So Haas have a load of wind tunnel time at the start of the game because of how low they finished on the championships, but their actual car is good. So you're able to get some pretty good upgrades. And so the way I did the parts, because we have a level 1 factory or level 2 factory, so you can only develop 2 parts at a time. I just put all the wind tunnel time into two components. And I targeted some high-speed corner upgrades, and it feels like the high-speed corner upgrades are good. Okay, Pichère held his spot over Sainz. Is Sainz going softs to the end? Soft to the end from here is going to be bold. Oh my god, it's literally brought us out in the train. Oh, that sucks so bad. We would have cleared them, chat. After all of that, we would have cleared that train without that pit exit. I mean, sad. Hey, Chuck, how's it going, dude? The only good news is Sainz has been caught out by it. I wonder if they're going to pit Leclerc or Perez, if they're going to keep them out and get them clear. I mean, we deploy what little bit of battery we have here. Although, I kind of want to harvest. I kind of need the charge in the battery. Magnussen's still in a good spot. Hey, how you doing, Chuck? I wouldn't mind being stuck behind these guys for a lap, but they may end up pitting this lap. The Alpha probably won't, but Lewis might. Tell you what, chat. Tell you what. I'm a prophet. I command the AI and tell it what I want them to do. So we're going to tell the Alpha here. I don't mind if we don't get by, because they are giving us a tow whilst we just charge. Save a little bit. Yellow sector 2. Who's had a moment? I think it's one of the Williams. Is it actually one of the Williams?
Oh, big lock up there.
Chat, reset the timer.
Now let's look. We're watching
Reset the
Nicholas
timer.
And yes,
Reset
that's
it.
the lock.
How many laps was that without him locking up? He's locked up. That was 29 laps. 29 laps, I believe. I think, was it lap 7 or lap 10? Reset the timer for
Save fuel.
time since we've seen Latifi have a mess up. Leclerc and Perez are going to be the ones to watch. I feel like us getting caught behind these guys might screw us. Although they're having to clear back markers. The back markers are a wild card. Latifi crashed out 4 cars altogether in my Hungarian Grand Prix. Every race I feel like I see something happen with Latifi. Is Leclerc going to run mediums to the end, do we reckon? Do I need to be reconsidering K-Mag here based... Thing is, we're kind of safe. He can't be running them to the end. There's no shot. As soon as he and Perez pit, that's the sign for K-Mag to pit. Pretty much. Okay, I think we do one more lap of Pichère chasing here. We are losing crucial ground in the Leclerc-Perez chase, but I'd rather be in a position where we're chasing them with battery. I'm going to have one go on this corner here. Can Pichère make it work? Clearing Giro isn't essential. What were their last lap times? 132.7. They're gaining 0.5. We would have cleared this slot if it hadn't been for the... I think we get... If Zhou doesn't pit, we get him on the pit straight here and have lots of charge. Okay, Perez is in the pits. Leclerc has stayed out. I really want Zhou to pit. I want him to pit, but to give us DRS. We're going to come out behind Perez, I fear. We're so far behind. Okay, he has pitted. We get DRS though, right? Yeah, we do. Okay, yellow flag sector 2. Is that one of the Alpha Tauris? I'll tell you what, chat. It's close.
Oh, did someone run wide there?
That's okay. That's really not that bad. Because we've got battery charge that we wouldn't have otherwise had.
Lift off. Lift off.
The only issue is they are on softs, although their softs are as worn as our mediums. Softs to the end from here is going to be not easy. This is okay. If Leclerc pits, K-Man gets the free pit. Stop. This is not too bad. We knew that going mediums at the end was going to be a bit of a punt because it's the slower tyre, but we were gambling on the fact that other teams weren't going to have fresh softs to go on to. I'm going to take a risk. I want to try and get Perez on the start-finish line and get ahead of Leclerc before he gets to the pit exit. Is Leclerc going to get done by Perez here? That's okay for us. Is that the Ferrari up the road? Oh my word. Red Bull did not need to pit when they pitted. Okay, he's still got to warm up these softs. Okay, so Magnussen is now going to pit next lap for softs. What's the gap to Leclerc? 1.7. DRS really isn't powerful here. There's only one DRS zone that's on the start-finish line. I could have... I was thinking about delaying for a lap and push him on the mediums, but it would just probably increase the chance of an error. I want to be in deploy here, not overtake. Because we're not in overtake range, we're not using the charge to get closer. That's why deploy is so important to close this gap. Yeah, K-Mag is clear. So we are going to be on used softs. I'm really confused how K-Mag was able to pull away earlier, chat. Like when he did. There's definitely something weird going on with Bicher's graph. Has Magnussen got the same issue on his graph? His looks okay. Actually, no. Okay, if Kevin Magnussen has the same issue with the gap, who's just spun? Probably one of the Alpha Tauris.
This yellow hat, yellow hat.
Oh, it's Danny Rick. Sad. Sad. Bicher is up to the... There's the bat markers now. God bless Williams.
Charge on, charge on.
Please don't block me though, Williams. Please don't block me, Aston Martin. Thank you. 1-2 could be on still. So if you're in an overtake, he won't deploy unless he's behind them. So theoretically, if you have a gap ahead, it won't recharge quicker than Harvest. Harvest stops them using it at all. Harvest basically tells them don't use the battery for the next lap. And so you get the full 2 charge. If you're in overtake or defend, they use it situationally. So they'll use up to 2 of it, but they're not guaranteed to. Whereas in deploy, they will always use half the battery.
So fuel.
Hey, Astronomal. We lost Inter in the Europa second. Oh yeah, so Harvest gains 1 per lap, not 2. Misspoke. So over 4 laps you can recharge the battery, which is pretty important. The net gain is like better than in any of the other modes. It'll use a little bit, but you'll still... when you're in Harvest, if you're not in DRS range, you are just going to be waving goodbye to the cars in front. Harvest uses 1 megajoule per lap. Overtake uses 2, but if no one's ahead, it will use 0. I believe it then uses the same as in neutral. I've not tested it, to be honest. It's another yellow. I'm so paranoid of a safety car. Who had a moment?
Yellow hat.
Sonoda. Sonoda is home Grand Prix.
It was the Alpha Tauri driver involved. What a spin!
He's gone full on Tokyo Drift there. That's not a spin. He could have whipped that back around and kept it going, chat. I believe. How does the fuel system work? You have a delta to work to. There was actually a post done on Reddit by the developers. If you've not been on the subreddit for F1 Manager, it's actually kind of useful. It's full of a lot of people complaining, but the devs do communicate there. Like if you're not on Discord or anything, it's probably the next best place to get updates on the game. A thing explaining it. But my understanding is essentially the delta is basically what you're aiming towards. But if you're running in traffic, obviously you'll use less fuel in the same kind of I guess it's weird, right? Because it's not an engine mode. It's basically how much the driver uses the throttle. If you're in traffic, you'll use less fuel. Essentially, you want to be running as close to 0 as you can. Obviously, if it goes into the negatives, that's not a bad thing because it means that your car's running lighter, so it'll be quicker. But it needs to be back at 0 by the end of the race. And I think the way it works is it's aiming to, it basically is done, it gets more accurate the further into the race that you get because of the way the calculation works. What's the name of the subreddit? I think it's just F1 Manager.
You can push.
We go neutral here and close the gap again. We tend to be able to close the gap I found on the Ferrari on neutral.
Switch charge on.
Gonna be out of DRS range here though. But we've still got DRS over Verstappen. DRS isn't really powerful at this track like it is others because there's only one zone. The worst thing for us right now would be a safety car. Okay, it is a... I think that must be a visual bug. Basically, on this graph, if you put on used softs, the red bit starts lower normally. But because I had one set that were fresh and some that were used, rather than the second, basically both red bars show as if you've got new softs because you have one in the bank, which I didn't have like previously. Does that make sense, chat? Essentially, normally the graphs compensate for usage. If you had used all your softs, the red bar would start lower. If you've got one set that are fresh, the bar bugs out and only shows it as if you've got two set of freshes to go on to, even though only the first set are fresh. Should still be okay on K-Mag. Yeah, Pacher in neutral closes the gap well. It's not a visual bug, it's meant to happen. That doesn't happen if all the tyres are used. It is a visual bug. Everyone's waiting for the Latifi moment. True. If all your softs are used, the red graph compensates for that by starting at its peak lower. But the game doesn't seem to be capable of discerning the difference in the amount of softs you do. It just has a flag for, do you have fresh softs? Yes, no. And if you do, any softs that are drawn on the graph are shown to have the fresh soft level of wear. Can I show last lap times for Leclerc and K-Mag? K-Mag's lapping quick. Like, I'm not doing anything here. In quali, we qualified third, right? Behind... Is it behind them? That's it. We qualified ahead of Sainz. Sainz is actually lapping as quick as Magnussen is. On more worn softs. Is Sainz going to have to worry about his tyres? You can use all softs. You're given an extra set of softs if you make it to Q3, but my understanding is you can definitely not have softs to start the race on because the AI starts without any softs all the time. Jamie B, dude, thank you for the 25 months. Also, good old buddy, you redeemed to hydrate. Let me get in on that. You get an extra set of softs if you make it to Q3, but you can also use them in Q3. K-Mag's on for another win. Is this win 3 or 4 for K-Mag if he gets it? I feel like high-speed cornering is hella busted, by the way, chat. Seems to be my observation. If you have good high-speed cornering, it just seems to work well for your car. AJ Binham, dude, thank you very much for the 2 months. Work the first place. Oh my word, Pacher made the move.
Here's the replay. Now just focus on the Haas.
I used in the DRS zone. That's less impressive. Where's he got them? He got them in France, Zandvoort. What was the other race that K-Mag won, chat? I've actually forgotten. France, Zandvoort. Monza? Yeah, Monza. And he got second at Spa. We got a 1-2 at Monza as well, didn't we? Times are quick. Leclerc just seems slow, to be honest. Do I just deploy here with Pacher to try and get him out of range? I wonder if we can get the gap up to over a second for the DRS zone. This is a bit of a gamble. If you can make... I think this is going to be our window of opportunity to try and get the gap. For him now to just try and hammer time it up the road. Leclerc might have a go into this straight. Is the game too easy if you found an optimal playthrough? I think high-speed cornering is pretty OP, but also Haas have a lot of wind tunnel time because of their standings from last season in real life, but their car in game is also very good to start. So as a result of that, you start with a good car, but then you also have the second most wind tunnel time to actually develop new parts. Could be old parts for Leclerc, true. Pacher's not making this gap happen, is he? I think we're able to go as fast as we were with Leclerc when we're trailing. Although in neutral before we were pulling away. I'm going to leave him in neutral because I don't want to use up all this battery. If we can avoid it, we're going to need some of it for potentially defending or trying to make a late move. Hey, Doodad, how's it going? K-Mag is just vibing, isn't he? It's crazy. He's just been driving his own race. He got the moves done early on the softs, then has just gone all the way. We did get very lucky, didn't we, with the Zandvoort win? The Zandvoort win because of the rain, and also Pacher crashed. So at Zandvoort, Pacher crashed, the track was wet and everyone was on inters. I pitted K-Mag for the dries. The safety car lasted long enough for the softs, for the dries to be the correct tyre to be on. And everyone else pitted as the safety car came in. But the Monza and France ones are definitely down to the car and the high-speed cornering. Pacher has not pulled away from Leclerc at all. I think Leclerc was just leaving us in front of him. I mean, the good thing here is it's guaranteeing Magnussen the win. We might have been a bit Team Crashgate. That's true. Yeah, the crash definitely benefited us. How would you recommend one using the wind tunnel time? So I didn't really have a choice, Sepe. I had to use it all on 2 parts because Haas's factory is so bad you can only develop 2 parts at once. So I basically split the time 50-50, which I'm now beginning to wonder if that's the optimal way to upgrade your parts. Like, I've been sticking to presets since I saw on Reddit that if you don't, like, if you drag everything to the right, you can just make overpowered parts. But I'm beginning to feel like the best way to upgrade your car is just to dump all the wind tunnel time into, like, 2 specific upgrades that are bigger upgrades. This is Suzuka. Pacher hasn't been able to pull away from Leclerc at all, but at the moment we're in neutral with this setup. He's keeping him behind even with DRS. I mean, we started P3 and P6. We were not quickest in quali. I don't think our car is... It's weird, chat. Like, someone's gone wide. Sector 1. One of the Red Bulls. Is that Perez? Is it Perez who had a moment there?
Who's running wide
Verstappen.
there? Let's take a look at the replay. We're just watching the Red Bull.
Tell you what.
They've taken that far too wide.
Oh my god, that could have been a safety car if they'd not stopped. Yeah, we qualified P3 and P6. I don't feel like I've done anything that special. I guess with Pacher we went like really, really long. Well, not really, really long, but we went for the soft softs. Pacher is making these mediums work. I feel like the teams on softs are having to manage their softs more to get them to the end of the race. Like Sainz, actually, they should be fine now. Leclerc should be pushing. I guess we can push really hard now. There's only 5 laps left.
Maximum push now.
Can you choose the game's difficulty? You can't, but I think they'll tweak the difficulty, chat. I think they're like monitoring stuff. Like if anyone from Frontier is watching, which I don't know, maybe there is, if they want to have my save games, they can have a look at stuff and see if they can see anything glaringly obvious, which is why these cars are so quick. Like I'm happy to provide that for QA. It's funny, I used to work as a game tester, chat. Some of you guys will know this, but I used to work as a game tester on Football Manager. So I'm kind of used to poking through save games, like trying to work out, why is this thing happening? Pichère might get done by Leclerc here. Perez is way down the road, though. This is all on can Pichère hold it. I think it might be to do with just stacking the wind tunnel time into a few parts rather than trying to spread it across multiple. I don't think we know if there's a patch tomorrow. And yeah, I agree actually as well, Exile. The performance gap between tyres isn't that big at the moment, and the way tyres degrade isn't that significant either in terms of the performance differences. I think if they change that stuff, if DRS is less powerful, the game will get harder. Certainly in like the French Grand Prix where we got a really good kind of finish with K-Mag, that was a lot down to just being able to stay in DRS of the Ferrari and Red Bull, which we probably shouldn't really be able to do. Leclerc might get us here. Leclerc's not making that move work. Oh, we got
Save
4 laps.
fuel and follow data.
Is that why... Maybe that's why FM used to be glitchy, chat. Because I was testing it. That don't make sense. What's the craziest FM save you've seen that made the game seem too easy? Oh, it's different kinds of QA, right? Football Manager isn't like a game where... Like this, there's probably... Like at the moment with this, it feels like the upgrades in cars seem to be too significant. Like, it's kind of apples to oranges comparing Football Manager to this. Am I going to change K-Mag after the season? Chat, I was thinking about changing K-Mag, but I do feel like I've grown attached. Tell you what, if he pushes through this corner, he might be able to break the DRS. How about with this corner? Although the detection line is early. Didn't quite work out. Imagine if we can get K-Mag World Champ, chat. Do you prefer apples or oranges? Great question. I have a vendetta against apples from when I had braces as a kid. And they broke my brace once. I hate apples, chat. I don't even like apples anymore. It's weird though, right, chat? Because even if you view this race through the lens of having one of the faster cars on the grid, because we did qualify P3 and P6, it is worth noting, by the way, chat, it did rain in Q3. But even if you view it through that lens of finishing P3 and P6 on quali pace, like, I do feel like we have managed things here to end up in a situation where it feels like the 1-2 should be done. Certainly a double podium. I'm sorry to all the Apple fans out there. Apple pie's okay. Hating apples is the worst take I've heard in ages. I feel like everyone likes apples because they're like the first fruit they're introduced to as a kid, but they're not that special. Like, they're not... It's not like apple. I think that pineapples have the best flavour of all the fruits, in my opinion. Apples are just a bit boring. It's like a shit tier pear. Like, I would never have an apple cider. I'd always go for a pear cider over an apple. 2 laps left, chat. 2 laps left. Oh, Charles Leclerc has got these softs. He is going to push on them. Chat, Pichere's not made a mistake. I don't want to tempt fate. Pichère has not made a mistake today.
And lift off.
I don't know why I've said that. I don't know why I've said that, but he hasn't... He's made quite a few errors this season in terms of locking up and binning it into the wall. He's had to retire before, and he's not done anything bad today. He's actually had a really good drive today. Like, he lost out to Leclerc in the pits and then got the spot back. And since then, we've just been managing things on these mediums. This has been a pretty safe two-stopper. I realise K-Mag can literally deploy for the next lap and a half. He can go for fastest lap at the end. Chat, will K-Mag get fastest lap? That's what I'm wondering right now. Conserve just to end this lap. Just conserve, 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 conserve. He might run out of fuel, chat. I've got to pay attention to the fuel.
Copy.
Alright, let's see what he can do here. You can disrespect Mick all you want, but don't insult apples. Chat, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bully Mick. Is it possible to see if other teams bring upgrades? Yeah, I'll show you where you can see team performance in a second. Oh yeah, by the way, if Pacher gets on the podium... This is going to come down to the last lap. If Pacher gets on the podium, chat, I have to pay him $500,000. When I signed him, chat, I decided to give him a bonus of $500,000 whenever he got a podium. Didn't think we were going to be paying that out much, because at the time we were not good. Okay, K-Mag is vibing. This is all on Campershare. Hold back Leclerc. Can he hold him back? I'm nervous, chat. I'm nervous. Should I be fine? This should be fine, right? I'm just expecting... I've got this vision, and I hope I'm wrong, that coming into the chicane here where K-Mag is, Leclerc locks up and bins it into the back of Pacher.
Let's take a closer look. All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
It's the last turn, Kevin. Kevin, it's the last turn. I think he's got enough time. Kevin, please get back on the track. Kevin, is he good? He's fine. Chat, he's fine. They have closed the gap massively. Back on Leclerc. Oh my God, Kevin Magnussen, you are a nutcase.
Oh, man, thank you.
Well, he's not got fastest lap.
Load slow.
Oh, it's a 1-2. It's a 1-2 in the least convinced. I was panicking, chat.
Picks up the win.
We'll edit that out of the race highlights.
Celebrations tonight after a performance like that.
He didn't get the fastest lap.
And the team proud.
Can you imagine if that had been Pacher, chat? If that had been Pacher, like, I might not be doing another race. Oh dear. He did it on purpose. Style points. That gap was only, I say only 8 seconds. That's still a pretty big gap, but it closed down. I was mad. I was very panicked there, chat. My heart sank when I saw in the bottom right corner.
Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, Leclerc would have overtaken. If Pacher had spun out, he would have finished behind Leclerc and maybe even Perez. Oh my word. There's no. I skipped there, chat, because there's no podium cutscene because Pacher doesn't have a scanned-in face. He thought he ran out of fuel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, that's a massive weekend of points. Max points again. Did Pacher get fastest lap? I'll show you guys the car performance for people who come in going like, what's up with the car? So my car performance is this. I realise my face is in the way. Let me hide my face for you all so you can actually see. The car is not that good. I think high-speed cornering is just really, really powerful. Just started following just to say rating pineapples over to apples is the worst. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Also, AJ Binham, did I read out your resub? Apologies if I missed it. We're at the first place. We did it. I think it must be the high-speed corners, chat, because nothing else there like is that standout, right? If we look at the, I mean, to be fair, like Japanese Grand Prix is a track for high-speed cornering and medium speed. But we are very middle of the road. I say we're middle of the road. Slightly above average on the medium speed. But does the high speed make that bigger a difference? Hey, MDG, congrats on graduating uni, mate. Shoey, we don't do shoeys here for winning singular races. I'd be pissed every stream with the amount we win. Apples is a bad take, but the pineapple take more than makes up for it. Chat, apples are the most overrated fruit. Pineapples are elite tier, but not on pizza. We've got our home Grand Prix next. Right, chat, it's that time again. What are we putting a point in? What are we putting a point in? I think accuracy. I think the accuracy just needs to be better. Or maybe control, because of the amount he has incidents. You guys are saying cornering. Just his pace. So his quali pace. I mean, it's all kind of meh, isn't it? Reactions isn't that important, I feel. Okay, hear me out. So you can see reactions is the ability to accelerate out of corners, or faster accelerate out of corners, pull away faster when the light, and pull away faster when the lights go out. But our car's already fast through the high-speed corner, so I feel like it compensates for his lack of ability in reactions. Like, maybe I'm weird here. I just feel like accuracy is the better one. Or cornering. Cornering might help with quali more. But again, with where our car is right now, I feel like maybe just focusing on consistency is the way to go. I think we go with accuracy just because our car's already in a pretty decent spot. Like, I feel like pace is kind of... You can compensate for pace with the car's performance. Also, someone was asking before about teammates ignoring orders. So under aggression, you can see here, a driver with high aggression will drive closer to competitors. And so, I don't know if this is confirmed. Someone in my chat definitely said that aggression impacts... how much teammates will like let each other, like, well, how much they'll fight with their teammates, which in my head makes sense, but the text there doesn't say it. So I'm not 100% sure on that one. Why do I even ask chat? Because I like to get other point of views to make me think more. And people in the chat did say accuracy. So we're not developing any new parts. We are just researching parts right now. Because the next year's... It's kind of funny. I'll show you. Next year's restrictions involve massive penalties to high-speed cornering. So the new regs came in, and as a result of that, everyone's high-speed performance through corners is going to be reduced by 30%. So... we might have a bit of a shitbox next year because our main strength is getting wrecked by all the regulations. So at the moment, we're researching this stuff. I'm going to wait for the next ATR period to reset rather than set off a project now with no hours left. But yeah, chat, our car next year might not be very good. We'll have to see though. Leopard Dewan, 13. I hope I said your name correctly there. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Let's go, Teo. Yes. I mean, where's Pacher actually in the drivers now? He was like 10th. He is up to 8th. Could he get George Russell? K-Mag is almost definitely going to get 5th at this point. Which is funny. Oh, did I show it? Yeah, let me show you, chat. So, in terms of car... So, you can... On this screen here, car analysis... You can choose any team you want to view their performance. And then if you hit the button in the bottom right or E, it shows your rating in all the areas compared to them. So you can see here how the Red Bull is pretty much the fastest car on the grid, but it's lower. Here's the thing, right? We've seen the Ferraris coming third a lot behind us, or like, you know, the Ferraris have been ahead of Red Bull a lot, but actually Red Bull's car is probably quicker than Ferrari's in every area except high-speed cornering. Like, you can see these performance bars as well give you an idea of the actual values as approximations. I think high-speed cornering is just really valuable, just based on where we've seen ourselves do, and also the fact Red Bull seem to have constantly been behind Ferrari despite having a better car overall. Can you show us how to make OP parts with sliders? Oh, can I do that? So yeah, little thing here. I mean, this will make the game too easy for you, so I don't recommend it. Also, I've got no hours left in the wind tunnel. But on these parts, right, so you see how you can like have the ratings of how good they're going to be. You can slide these all to the right. Obviously, I've got no wind tunnel hours, so like this doesn't really make a difference. Basically, if you slide them all to the right, there is I think the penalty is the parts take a little bit longer, but the parts you get are mega OP. Like, they more than compensate for how long you have to wait. So, if you just want to win really easily, just slide these all to the right. I don't know why it's like that. Like, the penalty for the time it takes just isn't significantly enough. What I've started doing, having realised this is a thing, is only sticking to the presets. Which means that you get less of the stupid broken, drag everything to the right upgrades. It might be more expensive, but like basically the bottom line is what you gain out of the parts in terms of performance outweighs the time and price changes that it might take. Like, they are just hella busted. I just wonder if we want to upgrade the facilities, because we are actually getting money for all our performances. Our facilities are so bad. Our facilities. I've been upgrading everything except... how much is the team hub upgrade? 2 mil. We'll do that. Helps with staff experience. Our staff are crap, so it's probably useful. Do you know if that's the case IRL as well around regarding high-speed corners being really important? Definitely after the from Silverstone onwards, there is a group of tracks where high-speed cornering is just important. The exceptions being Singapore and the Hungaro Ring are the two tracks where it's not as important, but there's like a block of like 5 or 6 out of 8 tracks where high-speed cornering is important. So trying to get in high-speed cornering upgrades before Silverstone kind of makes sense if you were just playing the game optimally anyway. But I think within the realms of game balance, it seems pretty strong at most tracks. Do facility upgrades count across against the cost cap? I believe so. Maybe we upgrade our car parts test centre. Although that's only engine cooling. I've not really looked into this stuff that much. Like, our cooling hasn't really been that bad. I'm tempted to work on this stuff, but it's really expensive. Like 11 million for the factory upgrade. I think we should do it. It takes 100 days. Because the stuff that it allows us to have more projects going at once at the moment, because we're Haas. Like, we can only design 2 parts at a time and manufacture 3 parts at a time. Chat, do I do both? I think we're way under the cost cap because our drivers and stuff aren't on a lot of money. Probably should have checked the cost cap before I did all this stuff. Oh, yeah. We fine. I don't think, looking at it, it doesn't even look like that stuff counts towards the cost cap. It might just be parts that count towards the cost cap. But because we can't develop a load of parts, we're never going to get close to that. Okay, so those research bits came in. So this is going to limit the negative effect of the new regs next year, which are really going to mess up the high-speed cornering. There's our track. How do I think the drivers are doing Vegas IRL next year? I mean, has the track? I guess the track has officially been unveiled, but I'm always conscious of the fact they might change some stuff up. I just hope it's good racing. I hope it's a Baku kind of track in terms of... It's weird, right? Does anyone else really like Baku? I feel like when Baku was first introduced, people just complained it was all straight and it was a bit boring. But I think it's won itself over with the races. Like, whether or not it's the courtesy of the track or just the incidents that have happened there, it's become quite a track that's just had so many iconic F1 events, I feel like, in its short time on the calendar that it's kind of I don't know. I feel like people like it now, whereas I remember when it first came on, people going, half of it's a straight. It's shit. Like, there was definitely a narrative of people who just hated Baku because on paper it didn't look that good. So I will always give a street circuit a chance. And I will hope the Vegas one is more of a Baku in terms of what it delivers. I don't think it will necessarily get that same negative sentiment because of what do you call it? Because of Baku and the precedent it's set. I'm wondering how we're going to do at this track. Because it is a track where, you can see here, high speed is important, but low speed is also important. Now, we have the best high speed, but it's not that much better than the Ferraris. And then we have the worst low speed. Although that's not that much difference either. I guess it depends on what the scales are on these graphs. It'll be interesting to compare ourselves to the Ferraris. This should be a pretty good test of how much the high-speed corners outweigh the importance of low speed. Because we have built a car that is not really designed for low-speed cornering at all. We've got 4 races left of the season. I think I've got one more in me tonight, chat, and then maybe tomorrow we'll end the season. I might stream a little bit earlier as a start time so that we're not ending at 2 AM. Like maybe start 8 PM UK time, maybe 7 PM. I think might be the shout. See you later into the Fox. Yeah, gang, I appreciate if it's late for you guys wherever you are in the world. You might have bed to go to, but we're going to get the US Grand Prix done. It's going to be good. Oh, yeah, what football is there tomorrow? It's midweek football. Chat, who scheduled football on at the same time? What matches are on tomorrow? There's matches for 3 days in a row. Thank you, Dr. Benji, in the chat. Does anyone else go to the fantasy football website to check the games? Oh, do I think I can go head-to-head with Everton v Leeds or Southampton v Chelsea? Or Brighton v Fulham or Crystal Palace v Brentford? You know what? You know what, chat? 9 PM. I don't know if we'll get the whole season done. We might set ourselves up for one grand finale. I don't know how much there is to do in the off-season. Does anyone know how much there is to do in the off-season? I have no idea.
Welcome to the United States Grand Prix.
He didn't say howdy. He said konnichiwa in Japan, but he just...
On the track this weekend.
He's
Just
talking
some
about
serious
cowboys.
horsepower. It's sure to be a race to remember.
Is anyone else dying of cringe? Anyone else dying
Circuit
of...
of the Americas has it all.
I've died of cringe. Skip. Right. Make sure Logan Sargent gets a driving practice. I'm about to upset all the new viewers. We do this on the regular. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me.
With the third and final free
You can do upgrades on January. Ah. Wow. Okay. In terms of grid penalties, everyone is taking grid penalties. Pachier and Magnussen finished 8th and 12th. You know what? Let's do a prediction, chat. Is there a mod around who can do the predictions? Mods! Let's do a prediction. Can we get both drivers into Q3? It looks like it's going to be difficult for Pachier. But maybe he can make it happen. Hey, the easy ride, dude. Thank you for the 4 months. 4 months? Yes, 4 months. I can read numbers correctly. Chat, I'm going to run to the loo. I'm not going to pray. Is a mod... If a mod doesn't do the prediction, chat, I'll do it for us. Snakes, are you here? Snakes. If we say snakes loudly enough. Will both our drivers get into Q3? I've done it, chat. Right. Prediction is live. Blue Cypher, thank you for some with the Prime. RJ Tresse, I hope I've said your name correctly there. It could be RJ Treke. It's a C, though. I don't know. Answers on a postcard, let me know. Chat, please don't sub while I'm gone, because I will miss them when I come back. If the prediction is live, I'm going to the loo. Snakes is AFK. Send the search party for Snakes whilst I'm gone. After this, we're going to get into the US Grand Prix. Don't go anywhere. Now I'm just going to slide off really, really stylishly off to the side. Am I out? There. Perfect. Nailed it. Chat, are you being well behaved? Have you all been... Oh, predictions are almost... I've timed this to perfection, ladies and gentlemen. 600,000 card hold channel points on per share, making it through this session. Chuck, I'm going to do a round of kind of modding people's stuff. In fact, you know what? You are a good person to mod. Let me do it right now. I need more mods, chat. We have a mod to viewer ratio, and there's too many of you, which is a good problem to have. But one day there could be a chat uprising, and that scares me. I need people wielding the green swords ready. I do appreciate all of you here as well. It's mad. We are live at, what time is it now? 12:30. And... there's over 1,000 of you. I'm used to having like 400 people at this hour, so this is a little bit odd. But I appreciate it. I'm curious, chat, where are people watching from? Like, have we just got a load of people from the US who are here now? Like, I nearly hit simulate to race. That would have been awkward. Where are people from? How many people are just wrecking their sleeping pattern? Sweden, Crawley, you poor soul. Actually, Crawley's not that bad. Denmark, Croatia. If you're in Croatia, is it not like 2 in the morning? I don't want to sound like a parent. Go to bed. The Netherlands, loads of Croatian viewers, it turns out. Austria, Norway, US. There's lots of the USA faithful out there. Bed. Someone's just in bed. You know what? Smart. Canada. For the Canadian viewers, if I reveal that I'm a Leafs fan, is that gonna... Is that a good thing to out myself as, or is that a mistake to say that loudly? I can go put on a Leafs jersey if it's the right answer, or not. Leicester's nice. Edinburgh, the Netherlands, lots of Dutch viewers. I was over in Amsterdam for the first time ever a couple of months ago for TwitchCon. Really liked Amsterdam. I don't really talk about the Leafs much on stream because it just makes me sad. I realise there's going to be a load of US watchers as well who are probably into their ice hockey who equally have opinions on the Leafs. Are you allowed to wear a Leafs jersey at the Circuit of the Americas? Great question. I'm not sure. I'll probably get kicked out from the from the pit wall. It's really weird, right? So if you've tried this, if you take this off automatic, the drivers don't weave and warm up their tyres. They just race. It's kind of funny. Anyway, let's just try and get times on the board without traffic. Please no 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 traffic. Are we good? Are we good? We're good. Oh, I'm calm. Everyone breathe a sigh of relief. There is an AlphaTauri up the road. Maybe don't breathe a sigh of relief yet. I think we'll catch him on the straight. I hope we'll catch him on the straight. Otherwise, I'm about to get very annoyed. We're not going to catch him on the straight. We're not going to catch it. This is an ear issue. You know what's worse, chat? I chose to be a Leafs fan. I decided at a point in my life 8 years ago that I was ready for a life of misery. I remember following the team when Dion Phaneuf was there. Who else was around there? It's Phil Kessel, Dion Phaneuf, James Van Riemsdyk. Who was in goal? Who was the goalie at the time? I'm trying to remember now who it would have been. Got for a few goalies over the years, the Leafs. Let's not talk about it right now. I'm just going to feel sad. What led to this decision? I was tricked into being told it was fun. I was told that the Leafs were quite like Liverpool. 8 years ago, Liverpool FC and the Leafs were very similar. Teams who'd had a lot of success in their past were on a bit of a downward trend. I also thought if I followed the Leafs from the beginning when they were really bad at the bottom, no one could accuse me of being a glory supporter. Because this was before they drafted Matthews. Yeah, it didn't work out well, really, as a decision. I mean, I thought when Matthews scored his 4 goals, I remember staying up for the first game of the season, 1 a.m. Matthews has got a hat-trick on his debut. I'm going to bed after the first period thinking, my, oh, my, oh, my. It's out a year. It's done. The prophecy. I've only had to wait a year for this. No. It didn't quite work out like that. And here I am every year now, staying up to watch the playoffs. Game 7 after Game 7. That Game 5 as well, I suppose. Until 3 in the morning, just to go to bed at 5 a.m. Depressed, sad, and miserable. It's the work the space experience, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it would have been Reimer. Yeah, I think it was still Reimer back then. I'm a bit nervous about the Leafs goalkeeping situation. I say goalkeeping, goaltending situation. Football terminology slipping in there. Next year. I was tricked, chat. I was told it'd be fun. The worst experience ever was Game 7.
Someone's run wide.
Norris ran wide. What year would it be? Game 7 2018? Was it 2019? It's either 2018 or 2019. I think it must have been 2019, Game 7. And I was visiting my girlfriend's family, who at the time lived in Finland. Ex-girlfriend at this moment. And I thought I'd be able to watch the game and it'd be fine on my phone. The internet in Finland was absolutely ass, so I couldn't watch a stream. And all I had access to was the radio feed. Now, because of time zone differences, it was 5:30 in the morning. And I'm listening to the Leafs lose another Game 7 to the Bruins on the radio, knowing that I have to be up in 2 hours to walk the dogs. That was a low point in my life. That was I couldn't even watch the game. I'd never followed a hockey game before on the radio. And I don't know if it made it better or worse. It was bad. Oh dear. Why did I think it was a good decision? Do we send them out now? I feel like people are about to go out. They are, I can hear them. We're going to get stuck, aren't we? Yeah. We're going to get stuck waiting. So because we're Haas, we have one of the worst spots in the garage. Like, we're really far down. So in this situation here, we're always right at the far end. So next year, this will be fixed. I hope. I hope the game updates the positioning. I assume it does, because there is an advantage and disadvantage to it. If we're starting from here forever, have either of our drivers gone out yet? Okay, Pasher is fine. Are we the last two? Okay, we should be fine. We were quick in that session. We have to win this race, don't we? Home race for Haas. True. I hope you do change pit lane position. Has anyone got to Season 2? You're there for life. It doesn't update. Oh my god. The game is conspiring against us. I'm kicking off. How are we looking here? Imagine if Pacher doesn't make it through. I mean, he will do, but if that was the next session, he ain't making it to Q3. He was a 10th down. Pit position hasn't changed, chat. We're going to be at a disadvantage forever. I know you can kind of work it out based on the actual time like a lap takes, but if someone can make a cheat sheet for me of the most optimal time to beat the queue in quali, it'd be perfect. Right, let's just get clean laps here. Oh, there's a car. Who is it? It's one of the Mercs. It's not Hamilton. Are we going to clear Russell? Yes. What about Magnussen? I think he got him. I think Gasly's just been shafted. And I don't care. What are the times here? It's got to check K-Mag didn't get shafted. 25.3, 25.2. Perfect. And there's no traffic up the chat. It's perfect. It's the perfect run. Pacher was half a second behind Magnussen. He must have had a bad lap.
Oh, we've had a spin.
At least he wasn't Bottas. At least he wasn't Bottas. Look at the positives. Vettel and Stroll just crashed in my save in Saudi. I hate it here. I assume you're Aston Martin. I've not had it yet where both of my drivers take each other out in a session. Do I send Pacher out on used? I'm going to send him out on new. I don't think I can risk it with him as much. Got to give him the best chance possible. Okay. This is for the prediction chat. First laps are in. There was a few people who got blocked and Bottas spun, which I think fucked a lot of people's laps. Sorry, I've not beeped there. I think around 3:10. I swear if it does the thing where they both go out next to each other, I'm going to cry. One of them got out. One of them is a free house elf. Who didn't make it out? Magnussen. Okay, that's okay. Pacher made it out ahead of the queue. He needs to go quicker. Magnussen might be in an okay spot. Both my drivers took each other out in the first lap. Do you just have to sim the entire race when that happens at time 16? The game needs more retirements and more safety cars, doesn't it? I feel like. But like sometimes you have a race, from what I've heard, it sounds like sometimes you have a race where there's a million safety cars and then there's other races where nothing happens. Ocon is getting blocked, I think. Is Ocon... Like, what is Ocon doing? It's a bit sunny, isn't it? Bloody hell, get your shades on, chat. But if I'm Kevin Magnussen going around here, get the sunglasses on. Get the sunnies out. Now I can see where I'm going. Alright, take them off again. Take them off again. We're not looking in the sun anymore. I'm not sure if I can maintain doing that every single lap. Did you know you don't have to switch your tyres if your front wing is damaged? Yeah, that's true. But it's almost always worth changing your tyres because you're already in the pit lane. And the two things can happen simultaneously. Like, ultimately, it takes 3 seconds to change your tyres, so it's almost always worth changing your tyres when you change your nose. Like, you should never go into the pits and not change your tyres, chat. Unless you've just not got tyres to go on to. Why did I kick Mick first season? He's shit in game. Not very good. How's Pacher going here? He went faster in Sector 1. Sector 2, not so good. Chow, this is for the prediction, isn't it? Can Pacher get in to the top, or stay in the top 10? Is he going to improve on his time? I don't know how much time he lost in this sector. I noticed that because this game is to get the sunnies out, because this game's designed for console, you don't get as many tooltips. Like, it'd be nice to mouse over here and see what the previous time was. Is Pacher going to go faster? He's not. Gearbox wear. Munker S. Guan Yu Zhou, the man in the drop zone. Is he going to be able to go quicker now for Romeo? He is currently on a flying lap. Sonoda making his way around the final corner. Going to have that bursting sprint down to the line. Crosses the line to Montreal, but doesn't go faster than Pacher. There is a yellow flag in Sector 3. Someone has had a moment. I think it may have been Alonso. Russell and Gasly trying to make something happen. Gasly's run wide, and I think with that, Pacher is going to be safe. Pacher, on the fringes, is demoted. Gasly has run wide and still gone faster than Teo. Chat is in the mud. Chat is in the mud. At the death. I thought it was a surefire thing when it said Gasly had run wide. We're not getting both drivers into the last session. It's not going to happen. 4 attempts in it between the two as well. I wonder how much that gearbox wear right at the very end impacted things. Track limits, ref. I think he went off the track and gained an advantage. Who was it a few years ago on the last lap did that? And it was mega awkward. It was at the Circuit of Americas as well. Was it? It wasn't Max. Who was it? Or was it Max? I wanted to say it was Max, but I didn't want to be wrong. Was it on Bottas? Oh no, it was Raikkonen.
Radio is good.
Back when Raikkonen was at Ferrari. Oh, that was mega awkward, wasn't it? It was like on the inside of... Was it this turn? Official terminology, chat. This turn. Right. K-Mag. I probably should have put him on the olds. Because he went... Did he go into the room? I feel like he went into the room. I think... Was it Bottas and Hamilton? I'm trying to remember now. Was it Bottas and Hamilton were 1 and 2 that day? I can't remember. I feel like he went into the cool-down room and they had to take him out. That was so awkward. Hey, take it easy, Juice. See you in a little bit. We'll do a prediction for the race, Chuck. Oh, that was an awkward race. I think the reason I was thinking of Bottas was for, but it's just because I remember Bottas being in the cool-down room for it. Okay, Verstappen's on an outlap here. Please do not compromise our driver. I don't know if we're going to catch him before the back straight. Oh, that was so awkward, that Kimi one. I forgot about that, chat. You know, when something just jogs your memory. Also, what? Bottas is in... Oh, wait. Okay, he's not set a time yet. Although, are these the times from the previous session? Bottas? Are you okay? Please don't block us. Oh, the sunnies. Get the sunnies out, chat. It's bloody bright, isn't it? Can't see a thing around this track. Has the sun moved positions during the race? During the quali? I feel like it wasn't that low earlier. Also, in F1 22, the sun's really bad on this track, isn't it? Oh my god. As a degenerate gamer who's currently up at 1 in the morning, I don't need to be flashbanged by the sun round every corner. My wife was watching me play and she thought I was watching a real race. That's good. K-Mag only 2 attempts down. That was a good lap. Although maybe Perez got held up by Verstappen. Magnussen's now held up. Verstappen. Feels good. Okay, Perez definitely got held up by his teammate looking at that time. Okay. What tyres do we go on to? Do we save softs for the race? Nah. Nah, let's go for it. There's going to be lots of gearbox penalties as well. I say gearbox penalties, just penalties in general. I'm not sure what it's for. The game doesn't say. I'm going out at 3:10. Oh, look at that, chat. I've learnt the timing. It only took the whole session, but I've actually worked out when I need to send my driver out. Tell you what, if K-Mag gets 5th here, that'd be mega. Considering Pichet couldn't make it out the session. Hey, Artie Wolf Live, how's it going? We don't need any more visors out on track yet. No more, what are they called? Like the tears. I saw a clip that seemed to show it was Verstappen's tear that ended up in, or tearaway that ended up in Leclerc's brakes on lap 1 of the weekend. I'm going to switch Teo's gearbox and take a pen. I'm going to think about it, aren't I? The gap here, by the way. Look at the gap there. From us down to Hamilton, separated by, well, like a 10th and a half. They're all on worn hard. We should be able to hold this. They're all on worn softs. We saved softs earlier in the session. Seems like the AI always uses the softs in the same way. I'd like to see more variance there. And like in session, like in the first session, if the Red Bulls or Ferraris think they're quick, they don't need to go out again. I tell you what, if Magnussen gets Verstappen, we're on the pitch. Okay, never mind. Second behind Leclerc. A second behind. Why do all the drivers run out at the same time at the end of qualified sessions? That's how it works in real life, Ronan. It's to do with track evolution. So over the course of the session, the track warms up, it gets rubbered in as more cars drive over it. And as a result of that, the later you go out, typically the more performance you get. Some teams are less worried about that. They're more concerned about getting their drivers out together for strategy. My word. So we're going to be starting P3 there, I think. I guess it depends on the severity of the penalties. This screen, this track is too sunny, chat. It's too sunny. All right, let's do a little tweet. By the way, just a little reminder: if you are watching this stream, you're having a good time, make sure to hit the follow button. We are going to be finishing off the season. Probably not tomorrow because of the football, but certainly the day after. I'm going to be live, similar time and place today. So if you enjoy what you're watching, want to have more late night F1 Manager action, make sure to be following. And of course, if you really want to stalk me, you should follow me on Twitter. Work the space. It's I bet you couldn't guess that was the handle. But yeah, I tend to tweet a lot about F1, a lot about football. If you're a hockey fan, when the season fires back up, you'll see depressed tweets from me at 2 in the morning, regretting my life decisions of staying up. The media you tried to tweet failed to upload. What do you mean? What do you mean? The stream's not down, is it? Why is Twitter? What do you mean? Why will you not let me upload a screenshot? Let me upload a screenshot, please. I just want to upload a screenshot. Some of your media... Is Twitter down? Is Twitter down? How am I meant to send people to follow me? Let me tweet it from my phone. I can't be bothered. I'm just going to tweet a photo of the tweet. This will work. If I tweet a picture of the tweet and me being unable to save it, and then that'll be my tweet. Then people who are on their phone will be able to just go, oh, he's live. Come on over. This is genius. This is my solution. If I can't tweet from my PC, I'll tweet out the picture. Chat, you're probably all writing in the chat. Twitter is down everywhere. You can't tweet pictures. Watch me try and send a picture. You can't tell me what to do. Has it worked? My tweet sent. PC, Twitter, dead. We live, though. There we go, chat. I've tweeted out my stream, quite literally. Mr. Moggy, thank you for subbing with the Prime. I feel like that is not the most optimal way to tweet out your stream. So I'll just tweet out a picture of the monitor. Twitter's not down for me in NA. It might just be a UK server thing. Oh, and it is the middle of the night here, so there could be infrastructure work being done. Which NFL team do you support? I'm not a massive American football fan. If I was going to, like, if you held a gun to my head and said, Jack, you've got to pick a team, I'd say the Seahawks, just because in my first year of university, I lived with a Seahawks fan. And I'd stay up a lot with him watching the games. So I finished my first year of uni the year that the Seahawks drafted Russell Wilson. Which it turns out was kind of a good time to start watching them. And so, like, through uni, I'd follow them. Is that a good answer or a bad answer, chat? I'll let you guys be the judge. I mean, in hindsight, picking a West Coast team was probably an error. Would I go to Toronto for a Leafs game? I actually had something planned before the pandemic happened of a trip to Toronto, and I just haven't got around to rescheduling anything, which is a shame. Chat, this is not... Everyone's saying the one-stop's OP. You cannot one-stop at this track. So the one-stop will not be OP. Hear me out. Pacher burns through his tyres. So it might not be the strat for him. But K-Mag, who's starting third. Pacher's seventh. I think Pacher, we play it safe. K-Mag, I want him to win our home race. Hear me out, chat. That's... Why can't I only have one set of hards, don't I? Right, chat. It might not work now in hindsight because there's only but softs, mediums, hards. This could be the dumbest thing I've ever come up with. 10 laps. Get the pit in early. We'll come out at the back but on mediums and then just chill with them with no traffic. And if everyone else is already on the mediums, by the time we catch the back markers, it should be fine. I'm doing it, chat. It might not work. But if he can get ahead of the traffic at the start, our car is quick enough to make this work. In Kevin, I trust. Kevin Magnussen has made it work so many times when it shouldn't work, but I believe in him. It could be delusion. Why not softs last? Because he starts P3. He's third on the grid. I want him to jet past everyone else at the start.
Let's take a look.
Get the copy pasta.
It's the United States Grand Prix.
Is it? Zero skill. Get the copy pasta in.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, K-Mag. I'm gambling on you, K-Mag. The chat's laughing at me for thinking that you can make this work, but I believe in you, Kevin Magnussen. Also, does anyone else feel like... Wait. Chat, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I've been mocked. If Max Verstappen's on the softs, it's the right tyre to be on. Chat, I'm a genius.
Haas with an overtake.
We all think I'm clueless, but the AI in this game is flawless.
Good job.
Where did Pacher start? I think he started in 7th as well. Is Kevin having a go? Kevin. Slipstream on the Red Bull? Oh, we didn't do a prediction. Chuck, do a prediction on a safety car. Will there be a safety car? Are they used softs? Yes. Although Norris and Stroll are on fresh softs. Because they didn't get as far as quali. Kevin, have a go, Kevin. They're mocking you, Kevin. They're laughing at you, Kevin. You're better than him, Kevin. You're better than him. Do him. Yeah, he's won a World Drivers' Championship, Kevin, but you are Kevin Magnussen. And you're a better driver than he'll ever be. Have that, you Dutch loser. I've got carried away there.
Well done, Kev.
Well done. I'm clapping, by the way, and there's nothing else going on there.
Haas with an overtake there.
Kevin Magnussen, fastest lap. We're done. Pack it up and go home. Right, chat. Prediction is about to come in on will there be a safety car? Sussies in the chat. It was clapping. I was clapping, chat. I was clapping. Oh my... Teo Pacher has got both Mercedes. Are they on mediums? Russell's on the softs.
Very good.
Very good, Teo. Very good. Chat, prediction is live. If the safety car happens whilst the prediction is still live, naturally the prediction will be voided. Alright, K-Mag. Vanish up the road. We have to get out of DRS range now, otherwise we're in trouble. Teo Pacher is on a flyer. Oh, he wants the AlphaTauri. There's no DRS yet. Is K-Mag pulling away? Kevin he's untouchable. I think starting on the softs chat is actually looking like it could be the right call on Kevin. There's even going to be no safety cars or 4. That is what it is usually like. VSCs don't count. VSCs are not safety cars. Although, as we experienced yesterday, Nicholas Latifi loves to create a safety car from a VSC, so anything is possible. Magnussen is not dropping Perez, but what he is doing is, with the slipstream effect and no DRS, actually pulling Verstappen away from Perez.
DRS enabled. No, DRS enabled.
This is okay.
Okay, Kevin, no management required, so push as much as you can.
Copy that.
We have just got to match Verstappen for the rest of the race. How hard can it be? Also, the Ferraris took those penalties and are starting at the back. We had a safety car today. We didn't have one last race, did we? I think Pacher's going to get this AlphaTauri here. Verstappen will get us on this straight, so that's fine. You know what I was saying earlier, chat, about the... let me pause the game. Sorry, I'm pausing the game here. You know what I was saying earlier? I realised the people I was talking to here probably aren't around. About the graph being a bit buggy. Can you see on Kevin Magnussen here, he started on used softs, right? They had like 92% wear. If you look at it, where the red graph starts is lower because it takes into account the usage. Can you see? I know it's kind of difficult to see, but if you get a ruler and put it on your screen at the top of the red like graph, I'm literally holding like a phone to my screen now to check it. The graph starts lower. It takes into account the fact that they were 1 to begin with. Bottas also took a grid penalty, so Bottas's car is actually quite fast. Pacher's up to P3. He's got 2 cars on the straight.
Let's have a look.
Get it in my veins.
Now just focus on the Haas.
Get it in my veins. He did Perez here as well. His DRS is open. Oh, Teo.
Moving up a position in the pack.
What a bloke. What a bloke.
The team watching.
Now the question here is, do we make Pacher back them up, or do we race? Do we go motor racing?
Save fuel.
Pacher's got to manage his tyres a little bit more. He's probably not going to be able to hold back Verstappen. Sorry, he's not going to be able to close down Verstappen, but if you can hold down these guys behind, that's fine. And chat, by the way, if it rains during this race, I'm kicking off because it says 5% chance. K-Mag wants to have a go. K-Mag wants to have a go. Haas is my team. Amen. I need to get more, you know, of the... I need to get more, like, emotes and stuff working in the chat to do with F1. I think I have some emote slots, chat. So if you've got any ideas for emotes, stick them in the suggestions channel over on the Discord. We're going to try and win the race for America. Pacher, by the way, has lost like 2.5 seconds here, but he's holding up these guys. Teo, you did it in Singapore. Do it again for us. What did I buy from Haas today? You'll see it on stream soon. K-Mag emote. Mixed face, chat. You don't want mixed face. You think you want mixed face, you don't. We might get done here in DRS, by the way. If Pacher can stay ahead... Oh my word, Teo, you are actually a nutty geezer. He might be the nuttiest of the nuts. Some say he's the secret ingredient in Bounty chocolates.
Keep it up.
What? Sorry, K-Mag. Kevin?
All eyes on Kevin Magnussen
Ah,
here.
DRS. Oh. Oh. Kevin Magnussen. Pacher's already given him 1.5 seconds. Pacher's tyre wear is so much worse than Perez's. Smoothness is definitely an important attribute. That's bad. Have a go. In fact, this is probably a good chance to try and halve this whilst trailing.
Red Bull gained a place.
I really want a safety car chat. I want more drama. Have I made it happen? Chat, I think I have a gift. Oh, Vettel, I have a gift. I have a gift.
Here's the replay.
I have some kind of power.
And there's the lockup.
He went deep all the way up. We've got to remember, Pacher does have a worn gearbox. That is a factor. TM Claro, thank you very much for some of the tier 1. Chat, the number of people subbing lately has been mad. Like, I can't thank you guys enough. I'm glad people have been enjoying the streams. Like, I don't know how many hours of F1 Manager we've been streaming lately. And I feel like compared to other people, I probably play through the game so much more slowly. But I like to think at least, like with the way I play it, it's just kind of chilled out. It allows me to interact with you guys way more. I kind of actually like observe the races. But I feel like I have a way better idea of the issues with the game based on playing it like this. Maybe I just had to ask for another crash. Hey, Tia Clara, I appreciate it. First time chat, subbing before saying hello. I love it. Oh, welcome on in. Yeah, shout out to the lurkers. I appreciate there's lots of people who just have me on in the background. You got other stuff going on your second screen. Just kind of vibing away. Kevin. We're not meant to be doing this. Kevin, please stay calm. His high race, his high aggression. Aggression is definitely an important attribute, isn't it? Hey, MH9I coming in with the 10 gift. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you, mate. That deserves another Julian Brandt. Yeah. You know what? For that, I'm going to treat every time we get 10 gifted. No, I'm not doing this. I was about to say every time I get 10 gifted, we'll let Magnussen have a go at Verstappen for a straight in celebration. We're not doing that. Don't gift subs. Expecting me to put him in push mode. Go on, Kevin. Get him. Oh, he throws him up the inside. Fakes him out. My goat, Kevin Magnussen. I need a Denmark flag.
Nice work, Kev.
Love that, Kev. Love that. I will also say, I think I mentioned it earlier, but in case I didn't, over on the YouTube channel, we are currently doing a save with Alpine. So if you didn't know, I also do YouTube as well as streaming. There's kind of videos I'm aiming to be between kind of 40 to 50 minutes. They're a little bit more edited. I talk a lot more about the strategy in them, and I do a bit more shoutcasty stuff in terms of what's happening. But yeah, they're a good time, and I mean, look at that Stream Elements bot knows. There you go. There's a link to the playlist in the chat. Maybe add it to your watch later. Max Verstappen is leading the Kevin Magnussen is leading the Grand Prix, although we are about to hit the pit window. He's done 7 laps on these, and in that time we've lost about 40% wear. But yeah, just lost the spot to Gasly. Is Gasly on mediums? No, he's on softs. Okay, that's not that bad. I think Pacher's best finish is probably 4th today. There's a lot more pit stops to happen. Yeah, I agree, Eddie. The drivers... I never thought I'd say this in a Formula 1 game. The drivers race too cleanly. There needs to be more little bumps, you know, wheel to wheel, and just incidents in racing where they, like, you know, someone drives over someone else's nose without it just being a lock up into the back of someone else. I can't understand how to make my car the fastest, upgrade it, yet it stays slow. I would look at where you're upgrading it and what you're putting stuff into, RS. If you go to the car analysis tab, it's like a screen under the car section. You can click a button in the bottom left corner and then see it compared to all the other cars on the grid. It should give you a pretty idea of where the issues are. I don't think, Natasha, I want to change anyone in the team. Originally, I was thinking we'd bin off K-Mag, but I wouldn't say I've never liked Kevin Madison. Like, I've had some of, you know, he has some pretty iconic quotes. One about sucking a certain part of his body. But he's never been a driver I've gravitated towards. But I feel like I've developed a soft spot. I've gone weak, everyone. You know, I got rid of Mick, and then I've had a bit of reflection on what I've done, and I've realised that, you know, he's like the old dog on the farm. You know, we'll keep him around for a little bit. He can still do his job for a few more years. Yeah, at the end, he might be kind of bad, and it might be time to get in a new, I don't know, prodigy. I mean, we've got Logan Sargent, to be fair. But for now, he's doing the business. Oh, Picher's just overtaken Gasly. I take it all back what I said earlier. Picher can push as well. Billy's redeemed a hydrate. Billy, thank you, mate. Oh, I want to watch this move. Click fast.
Let's take a look at the replay. Now just focus
no,
on
it's just
the
a
Haas.
DRS overtake. Look at the traffic behind, by the way. The Ferrari is not far behind. Hoogie Buns, I am worried about next year because we're going to get less time in the wind tunnel.
Back in the garage,
Our kind of facilities mean we can't develop a load of parts at once with the wind tunnel time that we have. And on top of that, next year's restrictions are going to see a massive reduction in high-speed cornering capabilities. I think it's like 30% reduction, which obviously, because we have the fastest car in that element, that 30% reduction hits us hard than it does other teams. So I am a little bit nervous about that. You know what? Let's try and get Picher in range of Perez. I think I need to deploy here as well to keep Gasly back on the softs. Oh, to be clear, Crescendo, yeah, I am aware. So drivers don't actually get worse. It was more like metaphorically speaking. I feel like with these kind of games, maybe it's just me, I like to try and play them. I hate to say like to play them realistically, but like if a driver's getting on a bit, I like to fill in the blanks in my head about the fact maybe they're going to start performing less well. If they start making more mistakes, I'll put it down to them playing badly. Like, you know, if Magnussen has a bad... Like at the moment, there's no reason to drop Magnussen. If next year he was absolutely bad or he looked like he was getting worse, role play element kicks in, getting a new kid. Felipe Drugovich is really good in game, but we already have Logan Sargent and Picher. Like, Picher is currently third in F2s in real life. And, what's just happened? Sheeny with the 10 gifted. That is incredibly generous of you. And I love the fact that I can see a few names there who have got them, who I see in chat a little bit. Thank you, dude. That's really, really generous. Get the yars in the chat. If you've got the ability to get the WTS yars, go in, get them in there. Perez and Magnussen and Verstappen fighting is getting Perez back into this, which is kind of compromising the chance of getting P2. Russell's making a train for us, but it's not a train that's significant enough it's going to benefit us. Oh, I really want to get in DRS. Oh yeah, we'll go deploy. Kevin, get the move done for the gifteds. Look at that. I don't know if he makes that without the deploy. I'll claim that he doesn't. You did that, Sheeny. That was on you. How did Suzuka go? We got a 1-2. You can have more than one save. You can have up to 30 different save slots being used. Kevin Magnussen loves an overtake. So does Max Verstappen. These guys are just going to squabble, and I'm kind of all for it. Do you reckon Verstappen's going to pit this lap, or is he going to go the same number that we go?
Okay, nice work.
I think he's going to pit this lap with us.
Can reduce and lift off a bit.
Come on, Kevin. Come on, Kevin. Mediums. Max can't be one stopping. He's got to pit this lap, right? We can burn through what's left of these tyres.
Box, box.
How's Pichère doing?
Come on, let's close the gap.
Okay, Pichère, I don't mind him being behind Gasly. Gasly's on softs, so they're a quicker tyre, though. I expect Gasly to pit this lap. This might be the last lap where we can harvest whilst getting the benefit of DRS for a while. So just saving battery here is probably not a bad idea, although Pichère just wants to race. He just wants to go motor racing.
Good job.
Crew members definitely make a big difference, Hoobans. I can tell you that just comparing my Haas pit crew to the pit crew I have in my Alpine save game on YouTube. They upgrade over time, and I think some of the improvements to staff outside of the engineers is dictated by your facilities, and some of it's dictated by the more senior engineers that you do actually employ. Okay, Magnussen's pitting this lap. I kind of hope Max goes a lap longer. I haven't actually checked where we're coming out. 22 seconds lost. We're going to come out behind Stroll. Ideally, we come out in front of Tsunoda. Actually, as long as we clear Albon, we're fine. Because all these guys are on softs. Is Max pitting? I knew it. I knew it! They've copied my homework! Ferrari took engine penalties at this race. The actual gap between the cars isn't very big, though. Like, it looks bigger than it actually is. We have such bad pit crew. I've got to hope that we get a miracle. Can we get a miracle, Kevin? It's okay. It's okay. How's Pichère looking? Gasly's going to pit this lap. We're going to have a lovely charged battery. Really good news, by the way, that Gasly didn't pit. We get one more lap behind him. And... okay, we did clear Albon, but we are at the back of a train. Is it much of a train? Sometimes it's a bit hard to read this based on all the cars. It's not great, is it? For ourselves and Verstappen. All these guys are on softs. It's a question of how many laps they're going to do. Sainz is the next car up the road that's not on softs. He's at the stuck behind Danny Rick at the moment. So Danny Rick is the cork in the bottle. Then it's Leclerc, who is currently catching Pichère. Because the tyre deg at this track seems way worse, like the runs are a bit shorter, it's way more difficult to find a gap. Is there a limit to how far into a save you can go? I believe you can go forever. Like, the game has, like, fake players, like regens that appear. If you've ever played Football Manager. So, like, it generates players to compensate for drivers retiring. How long will I stream for? You don't mind asking. I'm going to do this race today. Oh, my word. He's going to go for Verstappen. Kevin, deploy here, Kevin. We need to get past the Alfa Romeo if we can.
Copy that.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Okay,
I can't believe you've done this. Was that a good impression of the guy in that video? I'll let you guys decide. Around... oh, this is not an overtaking spot. IRL, but... okay. Okay. If Verstappen could get stuck behind Zhou now, that'd be ideal. Okay, Kevin has a bit of clean air in front of him now. 3.5 seconds. Unfortunately, I think Max is just going to use the DRS here and pull away. Probably worth deploying down this straight.
Mode push.
Got it.
Pichère is now just battling with Leclerc. Pichère eats his tyres, doesn't he? Oh my word. I think he eats his tyres because we push him so hard. But even so, he started on the same wear as everyone else.
And Ferrari just gained a place.
Sad. Verstappen didn't get past Zhou on the straight. I think that's probably because Zhou has DRS from K-Mag. That is fastest lap, the purple. F2 and F3 aren't playable, AirT. It doesn't even simulate them. I'm kind of a bit disappointed with that. I'd like if it simulated them because drivers do develop at those levels. Like, it does have all the F2 and F3 drivers. Actually, I say it has them all. I'm not 100% saying it has them all. But my understanding is that it does. I don't want that to be incorrect. Someone please correct me if that is wrong. I have just drained the whole battery. And Zhou has pitted. What's the gap? 1.6. Out of DRS range on max. But the Red Bull is just quicker. I think we maybe go long on Pichère here and hope for a safety car or VSC. I say that, chat. He is eating those tyres, Pichère. Be kind.
Save fuel and follow data.
Safety car, please. I want to try and go longer than these guys, but Pichère does never gives us that strategy. Hey, Neo, thank you so much for resub with the Prime. Loving the F1 content. I appreciate it. I really love doing the F1 stuff. Like, I would love to be... It might sound a bit weird. Maybe it's a bit easy to get carried away. But, like, for me, like, don't get me wrong. I enjoy the Cody's F1 games. Like, they're fun to play, but it's, like, never something I've really had a desire to make content around. I think it's difficult to make good content for them. Just because of the nature of the game where you're concentrating on the driving and stuff. And it's not like I'm particularly good at the driving bit. But I absolutely love F1, so having kind of these streams and the videos that I do on this game as a means to produce F1 content in a way that is kind of, you know, it's related to what I've done for years for Football Manager is really cool. It allows me to share, like, one of my passions as part of my job, which is amazing. Like, I'd like to hope maybe if I can stick at the F1 Manager content and keep smashing it, keep doing the stuff that I'm doing, like, it could open up opportunities more in F1. I think that'd be really, really cool. Like, that's kind of... I don't want to get too carried away with it all, but, like, that's something that, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm sat thinking, how can I capitalise on this? What more F1 stuff could I be doing? It's going great. And the other thing for me, so for people who are newer to my content, I play Football Manager and stream Football Manager. I've done that for a decade. I love Football Manager. But this time of year, like the game, Football Manager comes out start of November every year. And as with any yearly cycle game, you know, towards the end of the year, the game slows down a little bit. You know, everyone's played the game all year, right?
Copy that.
So for this game, if this is going to be a game that comes out every single year that I have this much fun playing, it's going to be like a game that every year, like, I appreciate with this kind of game, people bounce off it after a few months. You know, there's not many sports games, at least for me, that I play all year round. But for you guys who've enjoyed F1 Manager, I see a world where every single year this becomes like my focus for 2 months of the year going forward. Now that I've been able to see this year how much potential F1 Manager has.
Haas with an overtake there.
Do you ever think about getting a racing sim set? I have a wheel. Don't get me wrong, chat. I have a wheel. I don't have like a full like rig or anything, but like my desk is a adjustable desk. I have a VR headset, so I actually played the new F1 game that has VR support, ironically. But it's just something where I probably wouldn't ever do it for content, you know? It's just something I enjoy doing in my free time. And like I said, I don't feel like I'd be very good at making content around that stuff. Whereas I feel like this game very much plays to my strengths of being able to be fairly analytical, convey my thoughts around kind of strategy and talking, just through playing Football Manager. How do I feel about K-Mag getting overtaken here? I mean, as long as Verstappen stays behind, it's good. Perez might get the overcut on us here. Well, I say the overcut. It's not really an overcut because they've gone on the mediums. Perez and Leclerc might come out ahead of ourselves and Verstappen because of all this traffic. I could see a world where down the line I try and do a challenge save where I sack Max Verstappen and Perez and try and win a championship as like Red Bull. He's out of the session, isn't he? Is that a safety car? Is it a safety car? As Pichère's got the believers going. I hate everything, chat.
That was a crash.
Teo! Could we pit for hards to the end? No shot. I can't believe it. Chat, I'm so upset. I'm sorry to the believers. Did I forget to click on the incident? I'm too upset, chat. He's just locked it into the wall, hasn't he? Oh, the cars on mediums get a free stop here. Oh, is Perez about to do us in the pits? I don't think he is. I think we're going to be okay. I'm sorry to the believers. Perez has got these fresh tyres. Oh, chat, it's happened twice. I feel like we've only seen like 3 or 4 retirements all year, and 2 of them have been Pichère. Oh, Perez is just queued up with fresher mediums. I mean, they're going to have to pit again. You can't make mediums work to the end from here. Oh, you donkey. Could I go mediums on Magnussen because he started on the softs if this safety car lasts? No. Everyone is going to go onto the hards, but these guys who just pitted for the mediums are going to be able to do it so much more easily. Oh, I'm so upset. Teo has actually just ruined everything. I can't believe it, chat. It's still the Pichère project. Look, when we win the World Championship with Pichère in 5 years, we'll look back on these moments as the moments that made him. Oh, I feel sad. See you later, Liv. Thank you for stopping by the stream today. Oh, I can't believe, chat. I'm so upset. I can't. It was the fact I just clicked on him and we just see him skidding along into the wall, and I just knew. Is Vettel going up? Vettel can't be going hards to the end. K-Mag is still running in first, but the wear is bad. Oh. I'm so upset. I'm more upset. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. We're not bringing Mick back. We've committed to the Pichère project. I'm fragile right now. Let's not talk about Mick Schumacher. The more safety cars we have here, the better. The more laps under the safety car.
So overtake is available if you need it.
It's probably going to be in this lap.
Safety car in this lap.
Copy.
Okay, K-Mag. Kevin. The Red Bull is so much quicker than us. I think Verstappen and Perez now eat us alive. Especially, and then there's Leclerc as well, who's quicker. Oh, Teo's actually ruined everything. Teo has actually ruined everything. Chat, we're sticking with Pichère. We don't give up on him. Last time he crashed, he won Magnussen a race. Remember that.
The safety car has left the front of the pack.
Copy that.
Oh, I've not heard that radio message before. We've not been at the front of a we've not been at the start of a restart, have we? Why wouldn't we give up on him? Because he's got second twice. Chat, this is the Pichère project. I'm in deep. I believe in him. If anything, Teo just wanted the believers to win. You know, Teo heard me talking about the lack of a safety car, and he thought, you know what, boss, if you need it, I'll do it. Just remember, he's 18. He's 19 now. Mick Schumacher was 5 years older. Also, Magnussen might get out of DRS range in the next few laps. Of course, DRS not active for another 2 laps, but if he can pull ahead now, he gives us a chance. Push, Kevin, push. Imagine if Kevin crashes as well, chat. Then it's going to be a sad end to the stream, isn't it? Also, chat, I just realised I haven't had an energy drink this evening. I'm proud of... Last few streams we've been getting through it thanks to the powers of Monster. I'm a changed man. Tyres are okay for now to push for a couple of laps. Safety car helped us out with our tyre management. Tyre wear is less important now for us than making the gappers. Like if we can vanish up the road like we did at Suzuka. This is how we won at Suzuka. We were at the front and then we pushed hard. I'm so upset about Pashare crashing chat. I'm so upset. Twice now he's done it. I'm just going to sit depressed for the rest of the race. I'm going to stop deploying after the next straight. Chat, we've got to be patient with Pashare. You guys are harsh. You're so harsh. You're so mean. Look, we've got Logan Sargent, who's an American, who could come into our American team and win us it all in America. This is good. I sacked Mick for less, but also he didn't achieve as much, and Pashare has more potential. Pashare is an actual project. Mick is just a... I don't know. What I need an alliteration here. Mick is just a maniac. I don't know. Leclerc's got past Perez. Wait, did Leclerc benefited massively from the stops, didn't he? Leclerc was running down and like way down, I feel like. Chat, where was Leclerc at the start? Is your car so OP? Well, Zandvoort we won because of a call with rain. But I think the overall balance of the game needs some work. It seems like high-speed cornering is mega good. If these two want to squabble a bit, that does us a favour. We can just vanish up the road. I've got to be wary of the tyre wear. The hards chat might be really rough to the end. But I think we have to maintain pace now and then just try and hold on at the end with hards. I think if we do it in reverse and hold now, these guys catch us. The most important thing is finding a window for K-Mag to pull into. So, pit stop. Pit lane time loss is 22 seconds. So you're looking for a 22-second gap, but the safety car means that does not exist right now. What's the laps looking like? We're 2.5 faster than most teams. Although that's with us deploying. That's really not a good read. If we target a second a lap for 11 laps, that'll give us 22 seconds. This will be a better indicator for us when we cross the line. In fact, did we cross the line there? I think we did. Oh, Verstappen's half a second up on that last lap. We're getting about half a second when we drive like this. It's going to be difficult to find a gap because the safety car's bunched everyone up. Our best bet is probably a safety car. Mick made me sick, true. Mick is a mug, agreed. I probably can go a bit harder on fuel, I guess. I really need Leclerc and Verstappen to squabble. What we'd really like is Leclerc here to lock up, chasing down this straight with DRS. Just lock up and go into the back of the Red Bull. That would be optimal. But he's cleared him. Max, do you want to lock up? Just a lock up. I'm trying to talk into existence. It never happens. With DRS together, they are just reeling us in. Oh, chat, the safety car. I've gone to try and make that gap, and that gap is immediately vanishing when they tow each other. I'm so upset about Teo. I'm so angry. I haven't seen the engine rankings yet. Leclerc's tyres are so fresh. It might be better for K-Mag to conserve here, drop back, and then just try and keep in DRS with these guys. Teo has fucked us all. Teo locked up and hit a wall. Had a crash last night with Sainz, Max and Perez. I'm pretty sure they all died. Biggest crash I've seen in this game. Some of the crashes I've seen in this game are mental. Kevin, just let him by. Kevin, lower your pitchfork. I know he doesn't really like defending. We've got to let them by, Kevin. Use them. We can harvest and push behind the Red Bull.
If you've got some margin,
because we're going to need battery probably to make it through like the field after the pits. See, the issue is we're going to have to pit so much sooner. Leclerc can try and build a gap and then pit once he's clear. Whereas we don't have that luxury. Is the Pulisic dude going around asking people to sign Sargent yet? I don't think so, thankfully. Chat, is Twitter back on PC yet? Is Twitter back on PC? Oh, it's back. Oh, wait, is it back? No, it's still down. Is it? Ah, that's not good. So, good news. Gasly is holding up Perez. So, a podium is still very much on.
Red Bull gained a
Chat, we're not fast enough, are we? I think is what we're learning here. Our tyres, our overall brake cooling is not good. The tyre cooling is not good. Or tyre management is not good for our drivers anyway. What's the most safety cars you've had in a race? I think I only had 2. I feel like I've gotten lucky with safety cars. I had the 2 and I had them in the Alpine save I did on YouTube. I had 2 safety cars. Another crash in the last lap. There's a yellow flag. There's a... Multiple cars. Multiple cars. Safety car! Safety... Oh, it's too soon.
Sounds like a few cars have crashed. We can take a look now.
Oh, I'm really...
Now just
what
take a look
happened?
at the McLaren.
Was it must have been Norris.
That's the contact there. Oh, there's chaos on the track.
Do I go for a free stopper?
The team are really disappointed with that.
Do I give up
Let's
trap
hope it
position to
doesn't
get on
set them
fresh
back too
mediums? I
bad.
could run medium to the end then. Do we have 2 sets of mediums? No, but I could go medium softs. We're on lap 23 though. I don't think I can make the hard strategy work. Oh, fuck! It's not really a good time. I probably shouldn't pit, but I feel like if I don't pit, I'm just gonna get. I'll have to manage the tires so much we lose a load of positions. Thing is, I only have 1 set of mediums, so I'd have to go medium soft. But we're only on lap 23 of 56, so I'd be running the same tyres I've already run, but needing to go 10 laps further total. Hards on aggressives, then softs. I feel like I should go softs. Softs, then mediums to the end. Because all these other cars are going to be on mediums in front of us, and I'm going to be giving up track position to go on to whatever these tyres are. So whatever tyres I put on need to be tyres I go with. If I go with the softs now, depending on what moves we make, how far we clear, we still have the option then to go on to mediums or hards to end the race. If I go for the hards now, and then it doesn't really solve... I'm not really gaining anything. Hards won't get me through the traffic. Neither will mediums. But at least if I pit for the softs, I can try and push through the traffic. I'm playing for a win here at the home Grand Prix. This is not optimal. Really, I should stay out on hards, but because I've only got one car, and we've seen 2 safety cars, I'm willing to take a bit more of a gamble. If I free stop the hards, I don't think we get through. Wait. Chat, why is it not... Oh, it's because I've not updated the strategy. I think. I hope. Please tell me you've got this softs ready. Okay. Alonso managed to get away after that crash. We might not come out that far back here. Never mind. Never mind. We have a fast car for overtaking. This is not bad. Let's just think about strategy here. So we've got a window for hards now, you see. So the stream is soft, medium, soft, medium. That's going to be the plan. I think. It's probably got to be softs, hards to the end. But I think if we had gone on the hards, they would have fallen off the cliff at the end of the race. I didn't really think about the fact the softs that we're going on to are used. It is mega aggressive. But that is basically the plan. And the hards have enough of a window that if we need to pit, we can do. As I said, this is a bit of a gamble to try and win the race. I could have settled for 3rd or 4th, but I'd rather go for a win.
So overtake is available if you need it.
Cover that.
Yeah, I didn't realise quite how bad the current softs were, to be fair. It's still not a bad situation to be in, though. I don't think we would have made it to the end of the race on medium hards. Our wear was just so much worse than everyone else around us. Like you can see, so Pacher was running medium hard. You can see how marginal it was for him. Kevin had pitted... what is this? Kevin had pitted 5 laps sooner. So he was looking to make the mediums and the second set of medium hards last 5 laps longer here. It would have been disastrous, I think. Also, the more laps we have behind the safety car, the better for us. Because this is allowing us to save these tyres more and more. Although I think it's going to be in this lap. Hey, Steve. We are pushing towards the front, I feel like.
Safety car in this lap.
Right, chat. We're going to get motor racing. This is a more fun way to play the game with one car as well. There's no lapped cars in play here. Because we've had back-to-back safety cars, there's not really been an opportunity to lap.
Mode push.
Copy.
Come on, Kev, you can do this.
Pacher crashed. He hit a wall. Chat, what do we think of this strategy? As I said, I don't think it's the optimal strategy.
Overtaking until the timing
Yeah,
line.
Kevin, don't get keen, mate.
Copy that.
It's not the optimal strategy, but I think it's a fun strategy, given we've only got one car left in this race, and it's our only shot of winning the race. It's just try something bold. Right, Kevin. Kevin has really good overtaking. Our car is fast. I'm going to leave him in overtake, so hopefully he uses it at the right time, because the pack's bunched up. We shouldn't need to deploy to close the pack. there's no DRS, mind you, is there? Don't worry about the tires overheating, Kevin. Well, you got to go motor racing, son. Please don't go into the back like we've already seen this race. Alright, no DRS, but how quick is our car? I think this next sector is actually going to be our best chance of getting overtakes. Oh my god, please don't crash. AlphaTauri, I feel like with Gasly, it is a pretty decent car. I mean, Gasly is up in third. You can't move teams, sadly. I was really hoping we can make moves before the first lap was done. That works. Okay, now deploy.
Mode push.
That is weird.
Copy that.
You can get sacked, yeah. If you get sacked, you get given two options. You can either flash back 5 races and try and save your job, or restart the existing season. Chow, these tyres are burning fast. It kind of concerns me. What's the earliest we can move on to hards if we wanted to? Four laps time. I think if we get... it depends on how group they stay. Because looking at the moment, everyone is in DRS range of everyone behind Gasly. So when DRS kicks in, this straight here with us on deploy with our speed could still be okay. I wanted to win the home Grand Prix. I mean, the other thing is, the other guys are still going to have to manage their tyres through, although the safety cars have made it easier.
Charge on.
Copy that.
Kevin is above on the wear for now.
Kev, if you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy that.
Alright, DRS enabled. This is where we have a go.
Copy that.
Big DRS train behind Gasly and another one behind Danny Rick. I mean, if Gasly acts as a cork in the bottle, pitting earlier than everyone else for hards might still work. I think we were going to have to 2-stop, well, 3-stop anyway, because our tyre wear is just so much worse than other teams. But yeah, we're looking at pitting probably in 5 laps. 5 laps. So the longer people get stuck behind Gasly, the better, because Gasly is losing them time right now. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Gasly won't have DRS either, I don't think. Oh, sorry, Tsunoda won't have it either. Okay, Kev. Okay, Kev. It is, I believe the term is hammer time. So if you want to try and get some moves working.
Position for Haas.
Yeah, it does feel like smoothness is like really, really key. I think it's Ocon in my Alpine Let's Play. Like, he makes tyres last like crazy with his smoothness. What happened to Piquet? He binned it in the wall. He locked up. I think it was on that turn there. Oh, I can't remember. Chat, where did Piquet actually lock up? It wasn't really obvious from the highlight that we had. Okay, Sainz is pitting. Are they going on to the hards? Have they decided track position is more important? That is good. If you're making hards last to the end, the rest of the race from here, how good do they think their tyre wear is?
Okay, good job. That's one.
Okay, Giro got done. That's good. That is a gamble from Ferrari. They are going long with Sainz, but they want him in that clear air. He's going to come out with no one in front of him. It could work. Like, our tyre wear is ass. But obviously, right now, if another safety car happened, we'd come out ahead of Sainz even after a pit stop. Actually, no, maybe not. No, actually, no. With the safety car, we probably would. Okay, Kevin, this is time to deploy.
Mode push.
Copy.
Let's see how quick we are compared to the Mercedes in a straight line with the deploy on fresher softs. Yeah, crashed on the home Grand Prix. We don't talk about it. Okay, that's really good. That was Russell. Did I say Hamilton earlier? I think I might have done.
Kev, you're doing a brilliant job here.
We have no battery. I didn't even realise that. You're an idiot sandwich, Jack.
Charge on, please.
Copy.
We charge behind these guys for a few laps, save the tyres. We can have a push through that a few more. Maybe get towed along here, save some fuel. Verstappen's in the pit as well. Is he going to go onto the hards from here? If they're going onto the hards from here, they are... I mean, they're trying to make the two-stop work. We've already committed to the free. Alpine has no DRS. That's a free overtake even with Harvest on. Am I keeping Pache? Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, he's 18, right? He's a long-term driver. He has binned it twice this season, but... In some ways, I kind of like having chat. Someone who's a bit more reliable, like Magnussen. And then also having Pache, who is, you know, someone who is... he's having a fairly typical rookie season in F1. I feel like Tsunoda... I've not actually looked at Tsunoda stats again, but I like Tsunoda. I feel like Tsunoda in real life is kind of... I think Gasly's exceptional, but I just think Gasly's experience shows in that car, and it's a car that's built more for him. The issue for Yuki is he just makes too many mistakes. Danny Rick didn't have DRS either. Chat, this might actually work out okay. We're still harvesting, by the way, on my word. I did not... No one like that. No one like that. We've just lost all that advantage we gained.
Charge off.
Copy that.
What's the wear like? Oh my god, it's bad. It's really, really bad.
Management required, so push as much as you can.
Yeah, copy.
Do you reckon they're going to make the hards last? Sainz has come out behind the Williams, by the way. Verstappen managed to clear them with his... Actually, maybe he didn't clear them with his pit. Are they all coming in for the hards now? There's a yellow in Sector 1. Someone's locked up. This one's run wide. Not a crash, though. I can't work out if this is good or bad for us. It's Yuki Tsunoda. Of course it's bloody Tsunoda. I wouldn't go for anyone other than Pache, Danny Rick. He's only 18. Pache's like a long-term one. Safety car now is Pog, chat. If we get the safety car now, it'd be super mega poggers, I believe is the terminology. If Ocon's out of DRS, that'd be really nice. I think he's got it.
Let's pressure him.
Copy.
He didn't get DRS. I figured. That's good. This still might be salvageable. There's no one up the road now for a little bit. Safety car now is the dream. Safety car now is the dream, chat. Safety car now.
You're doing a good job.
A lot of these cars are playing a big game of chicken with each other going onto the hards. We're going to be on fresher hards to push. Leclerc's pitting. He's going to go on the hards. I really want to make these last an extra lap or two so we'll have more life in the hards at the end. Everyone else is about to pit for the hards because we were the only team that stopped into the safety car to go to the middle of the pack. Safety car now, please. Jack, you need to say you don't want a safety car. I don't want a safety car. No safety car, please, game. Leclerc. Oh, Leclerc was flying. I didn't realise how far up the road Leclerc managed to get with clear air. So pit stop time is 22 seconds. We are in the lead right now. If we pit in... Oh, I need to get one more lap out of these. Minimum. Ideally, we get past Gasly, but that is 2 seconds a lap versus them on new hards. We've got one more lap in us, I think, chat, on these softs. The performance drop off of the hards isn't of the softs isn't actually that bad, and right now we are lapping fast. Right, Albon's making a train. The Albon train is our best friend, although I say that Perez has literally just done him. But Albon is making the gap for us to come out into. Next lap we hammer it. Tyres are going to be pretty knackered by the end of the lap. Everyone else is going to have these hards that are much what do you call it? Much well, I say much older. They'll be a few laps older. Is it Imjapik? I hope I've said your name correctly. Thank you very much for the 2 months in the Prime. L-Plan. This isn't terrible, chat. Considering how bad it was looking after the actual stop, Bottas has now got past Albon too. I know, Kevin. I know. Those tyres have dropped by like 3% on that push. This is the lap. Fresh hards. We've got some new softs we could go on to if there's another safety car, although I don't think I want to do that based on the last time.
Box, Kevin, box.
Copy, box.
Deploy down here, Kevin. Burn. Dump the battery. Dump the battery. Uber! Ubla. Chat, I am so bad with names. Like, we don't talk about Pichère. We don't talk about Pichère. Leclerc is fast. I mean, right now, Vettel is actually having a bit of a train effect. I'm kind of tempted to stay out one more lap. Because of this train. Because this is affecting... Maybe it's not my thing to do. Chat, I'm taking a gamble. This might be a ridiculous gamble. Believe, chat. Believe. I don't think it's going to make a difference in our race. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that, and I know I shouldn't have done that. Although, what's the lap time saying? 140.4. Vettel's lapping 141.4. So we've got a second on Vettel. Vettel and Alonso are on used tyres. Actually, I say that because Vettel just pitted. I know Vettel hasn't been. He's just been overtaken by everyone. Vettel, you're meant to be the chosen one. I wish I could compare that to our best. We've not got another set of mediums to go on to, have we, here? Why does it not let me change the tyre? Chat, why can I not change the tyre? Hello, game. Do I have to cancel it first, then pit options? Could you go mediums to the end? No chance, right? I can't do it. It won't let me. The mediums previously did 14 laps. Yeah, they're not. They ain't lasting.
Box.
Kevin, push.
Box.
Imagine if he has a blowout now, chat. It'll be the saddest thing you've ever seen. I did not think they'd drop off that quickly in each lap. If we get a punch, it'll be the most funny thing ever. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to be... Please don't get a puncture now. Everything's fine. I'm too stressed, chat. Fast forward it. Show me what the damage is. I think we're going to come out ahead of Gasly, but behind Bottas. Ah, that extra lap. Although, they're squabbling. And we'll be able to push these tyres hard. I'm looking at it now. Alonso and Vettel are going to have to pit. The other guys pitted very early. Sainz is going to be eking these tyres out for a long time, chat. Alonso's going to have to free stop too. This isn't too bad. We've already overtaken the Mercedes once.
Charge on.
Got it.
See you later, Dutch Works. I hope I said your name correctly there. If I was to start watching Weather Space YouTube videos, what's the best place to start? Depends on what you want. I'd recommend the Alpine videos if you're enjoying this stuff. The last lap time is a bit of a false reading because it includes us going into the pit lane. It doesn't even look like it updated, actually. Chat, we're only 19 seconds behind the leaders. If they all have to pit again, we're fine. Danny Rick, wait, Danny Rick to Alpine? No. Chat, you're trolling. You're trolling. Chat, why are you trolling me? This has got to be... Please say cap. Chat, why would you do this? It makes no sense as a move. Chat, you are monsters. Is this going to be the new thing? I was sat thinking, is that a possible thing? When you guys said it, I'm like, it is Australian. So if you're going to announce it for Australian times. On Alpine, on Twitter, chat, I'm looking at the new section of Formula 1. The new section of Formula 1 loads up everything immediately. If someone tweeted it, it's on the new section of the F1 subreddit within seconds. Right. If we can get all three of these, it would be the most biblical thing ever. Ah, straight line speed is not as good as I thought it would be. Oh, mind you, how many... As you know, there is DRS. It just didn't look like the flaps of the cars in front were open.
Good job, Kev.
Good job, Kev. I feel like these guys are all going to have to manage their tyres more.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Chat, you guys trolling me are mean. Why would you do that? I mean, Alonso and Vettel should be creating a train for us. Oh, I love it. I love it. DRS here as well to do the AlphaTauri. Yep. Kevin Magnussen is actually so good at driving in this video game. Of course, it's all my work, chat. It's all my work. It's all my work, just to be clear. Right. Hamilton made it through. It'll be interesting to see now the DRS, how strong it is for the Mercs chasing us. There's no chance that Danny Rick would go back to Alpine, like the former Renault team. People getting baited by fake Twitter accounts. Ah. I knew that you guys in chat, you're too nice to try and prank me. You guys would never do that. Maybe you would. Maybe you would. Vettel is holding up Bottas and Perez now. What's Vettel lapping compared to us? Oh, wow. We are 2 seconds faster. And we were able to hold back Hamilton on that straight. Without DRS. That's good. Tyres are okay on the ref. There's a bit of wiggle room to push with our hards. Sebastian! Sebastian, just keep doing this. This is great. Bottas is quick. are not as quick as us. And if these two keep battling in front of Perez, Perez is just stuck. Already up half a second on them. I think even the Alfa Romeo is going to be slowing down Perez a little bit. Every time I see Teo's name in the bottom left, I just laugh. It's not funny. I forgot to click on the replay bit for Teo's crash, but I flicked on board of his POV and we just saw him go straight into the wall. It was very sad. He locked up. It was a typical Pacher crash. It's his brand at this point, I feel like. Perez will probably get Vettel this bit. You can see how much quicker Valtteri Bottas as he just vanished up the road. I think we deploy here.
Mode push.
Copy that.
Hamilton's going to have DRS. But as long as we deploy on this straight, you can't catch us. Alonso and Vettel are going to have to pit again. So we're currently running in a net P6. Which I think is probably where we would have been, to be honest, with how we've had to manage the tyres previously. Perez has cleared Vettel, though. That's not good for us. What's other people's wear looking like? Bad. Ours isn't great either because of how hard we're pushing. So we'll manage it a bit more. But 17 laps left. I mean, is Bottas going to pit again on 73? Sorry, Sainz is going to have to pit again on 73%, you'd imagine? That's going to be marginal. How do they get Haas to be this good? Haas are pretty good in the game. Haas are pretty good in the game. You get a lot of wind tunnel time because of how low down the constructors they finished last year. And then on top of that, their actual car to start with is decent. We are closing on that. I'd love to close him a bit quicker so we had him in range for this next DRS zone, but it's not going to happen. We could get done by Hamilton here. I don't really want to use the battery.
Keep pushing.
I'm going to have to.
Copy.
Mode push.
Copy that.
Okay, we built up enough of a gap through that corner. 1.7 behind Vettel. We might get him by the end of this because I don't think he's got DRS to Perez. Williams is probably the hardest, then Aston Martin. Actually, I can stay on push. When does Vettel pit? It's gonna be if Vettel pits this lap, I'm gonna be really upset. But he could pit this lap for mediums, I think, based on how we burnt through them. I think ours lasted 14 laps. Okay, good. He's going to stay out. Are we within DRS for the detection zone? I don't think we were. We weren't. No battery either. Hamilton's going to do us here, I think. Let's harvest early so we can get battery this lap.
Charge on.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Typical.
We should be able to pass Vettel whilst also passing him with Hamilton on the straight and then still have the DRS of Hamilton to put us along. If we'd gone past Vettel, battery would have been bad after we got past him and we don't have much help to catch up with the next set, which is Perez and Bottas. Overtaking defender probably worth using, Ronan, if you're not micromanaging the races.
Mode push.
Copy.
Like, if you're going to let the drivers do more, or you just want to have a, you know, quote-unquote more realistic playthrough where you're not telling the drivers when you want them to overtake. Why are we not making a move here? That's weird. Slow down behind them. If Hamilton vanishes up the road, it's not good.
A little bit.
Copy.
I don't think Hamilton will vanish up the road, but if Vettel pits, it might compromise us here.
We can close on them.
Copy that.
To we get DRS for that? Yeah, we do. Okay, that's fine. Okay, question is, can we catch Lewis Hamilton? Feels good. Alonso's going to have to pit. I want to get into DRS range, then just sit around harvesting for a lap or two. Daniel, we literally played Fuel Near earlier tonight, dude. Literally played it earlier tonight. I appreciate you just coming in and asking, but I've had so many people ask me about it, and I've been tweeting out about it. We've literally streamed it. Like, I've tried to make people aware of what's going on with it all. This is okay, though. We're harvesting now and closing the gap. Hey, Jack, can you teach me how to approach R&D? When should I stop the dev and start focusing on research? Honestly, Sidex, I really can't give you an answer to that because I haven't actually finished a full season. I've still got a few different save games on the go. In general, I found that focusing your engineers on 2 parts that are significant upgrades rather than spreading them across lots of smaller projects tends to get you better returns. And for me, I start doing the research after when the ATR period reset after the Hungaroring. It's Leclerc spun. Leclerc has spun from P1. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Is he going to be able to get back on the track here? He's managed to get going now. Leclerc was running away with that. I think he fucked his tyres a bit too. Wow. Game's realistic, chat. Game's realistic. No safety car there. Nah, that is probably a yellow flag one, to be fair. He probably could have rejoined the track quicker as well. If there was a safety car now, would I pit for mediums? Do I have mediums? I do have mediums. But would I want to pit for them? Is track position more important than the tyres here? I'm giving our hards a fresher. If everyone else pitted in front of us, I think I'd stay on the hards and try and shithouse our way to a win. Sorry, chat. I missed the replay. I was thinking too much about the strategy that I want to do. I wish there was a setting where you can actually, it auto-plays the replays. If it was just a spin, it wasn't like a full-on crash. So with that matter, it's probably just the rear end went. What did Pacher do? He drove into a wall very quickly. I think Alonso's going to have to pit. Perez is... Alonso's going to pit. Sainz and Verstappen went early. Their tyres are going to be rough come the end of the race. I'm kind of content chilling behind Hamilton here, just trying to charge up the battery a little bit before then having a big push to try and get Perez up the road. Bring back Mick. Stop trying to make Mick happen, chat. We're not going to make it happen. Yeah, when I do my videos, chat, I need to be more aware of, watching the replays. Like, in today's Alpine episode, if you haven't watched it, this is a spoiler that's in the title of the video. But Ferrari and Red Bull crash on lap 1. And because they crash on lap 1, I'm changing stuff so much, to react. I just missed the message at the top.
Push.
Copy that.
All right, K-Mag, big run through this corner.
Come on, let's close the gap to the cars ahead.
You can have DRS, you got a full battery. This is time for us to push Perez. Kind of want us to deploy like this through the rest of this lap with a full battery and try and break the DRS range off for Hamilton to us.
Mega job, mate.
I think if we can break this gap, then we can pull away. And with the other cars in front looking uncertain on their times.
Come on, Kev, keep pushing.
Copy.
Yeah, like you said, Aaron, like it'd be good just to be able to go back and watch highlights. Did we break DRS there? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Massive, massive, massive K-Mag. Back into neutral now. I hope we can maintain that 1.4 seconds. If they want to squabble into a corner or two here, that'd be nice. Why Teo over Mick? I brought Teo in. Mick is not very good in game. He wasn't performing well for us. He has lower potential growth in terms of the multiplier for potential, how drivers develop in this game, than Pasher. And Pasher is like 18. He's like 5 years younger than Mick. I think people forget Mick is 23, chat. Like, compared to like younger racing drivers, he's not actually that young. As weird as that might sound. Like, he's literally a year younger than Max Verstappen. Like, yeah, I think this is going to be the last race for me, chat. I'm afraid to say. Okay, Madison's pulling away a little bit here. Perez is not closing on Bottas. And the guys at the front are fighting away. Which is good for us because Sainz's tyres are bad anyway. Show a little look here. Oh, Sainz has got DRS. See you later, Max. We can probably watch a bit more of what's going on around us now because we're driving our own race. Hamilton's getting dropped behind. Got charging the battery. I mean, Alonso wants to have a go on Leclerc. Have we seen this movie before? Leclerc just ahead of Alonso? It'd be a shame if Leclerc sped in the pits. You reckon Alonso's going to make it? You reckon Alonso's going to make 46% work for 11 laps? That is going to be marginal at the end of the race. If he pulls it off, fair enough, but I mean, he's got a pretty good gap. It's a 3-second gap over Bottas. He's lapping a second slower than Bottas, and we're catching him by a second a lap. And we are 5 seconds... how far are we behind? We're 9 seconds behind. We might catch Alonso at the end of the lap if he does, at the end of the race if he doesn't pit. The thing that's not helping us right now is the fact he's actually getting DRS off Leclerc all the time. Hey, I appreciate that rhyme and reason. Yeah, I was saying this earlier, so for people who are maybe tuning in late, this is going to be my last race, but we have been doing a save game over on YouTube with Alpine. I've done 2 videos of it so far. I'm trying to aim for a video every other day, but the videos themselves take a long time to make. I'm trying to make really... I want them to be high quality. I want them to be reasonably well edited. But I don't want to, you know, just shit out a video every day for you over on YouTube of the Alpine stuff. I'm also trying to maintain the upload schedule with Football Manager, so I definitely am working overdrive at the moment, which is absolutely fine because I'm playing this game because I enjoy it as much as anything. I wouldn't normally stream as much as we have been streaming, but for the fact I'm just having a blast with this game. Okay, Leclerc's dropped Alonso. That's good for us catching him. But, nah, I'm having so much fun with it. So if after the stream's over, if you're sat thinking, man, I wish there was some more F1 I could watch, maybe check out the Alpine series. Alonso losing DRS is pretty bad for him. He's already down half a second. Sainz getting Verstappen on the DRS bit here. I think 43% is going to be a gamble and a half. Depends on how much the drop-off happens. I'll tell you what, chat. I was not happy about the fact I was looking for... I've already talked about this. I tweeted out a thing about me ordering it. I've ordered some stuff from the Haas web store. Haas are one of the few teams that I think handle their own merch. In terms of you can't buy it through the F1 website. And for whatever reason, the the hats and stuff just aren't in stock. Like, their supply is really bad. Is it just a case that they don't expect to have fans? You know, people have enjoyed this series so much they've gone and bought Haas gear. I don't know. Probably not though. But as a result of it, I wanted to get a Magnussen cap, and I couldn't get one. I was kind of sad about it. Yeah, signs of Verstappen are fine out. Apologies, chat. I probably could watch more of their stuff because Magnussen's driving his own race and Pacher's just retired. Someone write to Haas and let them know they could be making millions off selling hats right now. So Sainz is on hards that are a bit more worn. In fact, only Vettel is not on hards. Are we closing the gap here? I feel like the gap from us to Perez is kind of being the same. Oh, literally, there's a 1,000th of a second in it. But everyone is catching Alonso, who's currently managing his tyres for the end of the race. Pacher retired because he hit a wall. That makes it... When I phrase it like that, it's so blunt, isn't it? Why did he retire? Well, he hit a wall. Considering we're doing a free stop, but this is still a pretty good race for us. Chat, what place were we when we pitted under the safety car for the softs? I think we're in P3? P2? Is it P3 behind Verstappen and Perez? Because we had the first safety car and Perez got a massive advantage off it. And then the next safety car happened. I think the wall's okay. I think the wall's okay. I've not checked on Pacher, but the wall I think is fine. My concern would have been is what lap did Sainz pit for the hards? We'd basically, I think Alonso is on the strategy that we are on. Or would have been on in terms of the wear on the hards. Bottas has caught Alonso. I mean, if he gets backed up here, ourselves and Perez could find ourselves catching, but I think Bottas with DRS here is just going to do him kind of quickly. Verstappen's looking to have a go on Sainz into sector 3. Bottas has been clear. The thing is, now that gives Alonso DRS. Makes it harder for us to catch him. We get more aggressive on these tyres. I hate the fact they're hitting edit pauses. Okay, yeah, we can push harder on these tyres to the end now. They are just trading in the DRS zones, it feels like. I mean, if they want to take each other out, that'd be pretty pog, really. I really need Bottas to pull away from Alonso, but Alonso's just reeling him in the DRS. This sector here is where Alonso lost all his time to Leclerc. This was how, because I think these old hards are just gone for this section, these high-speed corners. Back to back to back. He's probably avoiding the curbs. It looks like he is avoiding the curbs. But Bottas isn't pulling further enough away. Sainz now going to get Verstappen in DRS. Yeah, Yorkshire Kiwi. I think a lot of people have been playing the digital version on console, and I've not seen anyone come into my chat and say the console version is broken. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I know the game has its issues. I've not seen like any game-breaking stuff reported. I know I saw the worst thing I've probably seen is like a gearbox bug. It's like if you swap your gearbox in practice, the gearbox you switch to acquires all the wear that the one that you replaced had. So don't switch your gearbox in practice, folks. That's actually a good point. Latifi has not had an incident this entire race. Is he? I mean, chat, he's racing his teammate. Don't speak too soon. Oh, yeah, so there are some issues with ultra-wide resolution, but they have like, I feel like ultra wide is something that game companies specify they're supporting. No, I hope they can fix it for ultra wide stuff, but I guess ultra wide is getting more widely used. But it's not like it still works, right? The way the ultra wide works is it like even on the game stuff. Like if I was playing this in ultra wide, it actually scales up from bottom left to bottom right, so you actually lose the entire top and bottom of the screen in terms of this view. So if you're playing on ultra wide, you are probably better off not playing on ultra wide in terms of if you want to see as much as possible. Oh, that's why I broke 3 gearbox in a single weekend. Yeah, it's a kind of bad bug. That is the only like game-breaking bug that I've heard of. Is the gearbox switch one. Don't switch gearboxes in practice.
Copy that.
DRS doesn't get reactivated immediately after a VSC. Is it meant to get activated instantly after a VSC? Does it not follow the two lap rule where the lead has to pass the start finish twice? I always assumed that VSCs had that happen. It's 2 complete laps, and then on the 3rd lap, it's re-enabled. I don't know. I've never thought about that with VSCs, actually. Certainly with regular safety cars and start of race, it's 2 laps. Oh, okay. That makes sense why I wouldn't do it with VSCs, actually. Yeah, of course. Doesn't bunch the pack. Alonso's still getting this DRS. By the way, Sainz and Verstappen still battling away. It's Haas pretty strong. They're decent because they're a lot of wind tunnel time. But one bad Taron, if you're fight, I don't know how many seasons you've done with Alpha. The part development is a bit busted. So if you want a challenge, if you stick to the preset part configurations, you'll get a better challenge with the game. Sainz is just going to do him in the DRS. I think we are still. Are we catching Alonso still here? Or is his DRS from Bottas helping him? Wow, Magnussen's lapping a lap quicker when we deploy. He is giving it the beans. Yeah, we can look at the driver championship after this. I think my specs are below the stream, but I'm bringing a RTX 3070. The yellow flag set to 2. Who's had a moment? Who's had a moment? Has someone had a moment? Has someone gone wide? I'm hoping it's not Alonso.
Is that a lockup?
Oh, it's Zhou. Oh, that doesn't affect us. Zhou wasn't even that sector.
The Alfa Romeo involved in this one. That lockup could have cost them
Actually,
dearly.
no. Take it back. That's tame. That's not a bad lockup. His tires are fine. They are literally swapping places in the DRS zones right now. The Ferrari and the Red Bull are pretty evenly matched in game. I drained the battery and I didn't get the DRS. Fuck. I thought we'd be in range.
Come on, Kev.
Come on, Kev. Come on. Oh, Latifi and Albon are battling. This is the battle that people care about. This is the one that people really want to see end. Well, with Latifi winning. Come on, Latifi. Come on, the GOAT. Stay ahead. Stay ahead, Nicholas. Hold on, my friend. He's been done there, hasn't he? Yeah, has been done there. I mean, it's just a great big shame. Okay, we are at the back of a Bottas train. 4th is still on the menu, chat. 4th is still on the menu. We didn't get DRS here again. I don't really want to deploy, but pushing here and then losing power later is probably not bad. Alonso might not have had DRS looking at it there. I wouldn't mind a lap or two just getting a tow from Perez charging up the battery for a late charge. Are we ready to watch Verstappen overtake this time going into turn 1 with DRS? Yeah, the gap from Albon to Stroll to Vettel is mad, especially considering there's been 2 safety cars to bunch up the pack. Pichère locked up and drove straight into a wall. Okay. Now we harvest. Okay. As Alonso's tyres hit a cliff, he's on 26% chat. Although Magnus has been pushing all race, and his are not good either. I didn't realise how hard we've been pushing K-Mag. His are now in the same area with Sainz and Verstappen's, but Sainz and Verstappen are pushing to the end here. This is going to come down to who gets the last DRS train for the last lap, I think. We should have DRS here and be ahead. Oh, Alonso got the DRS off us.
Copy.
Oh, no, we're good. The DRS activation zone is way further along than I realised. Right, can we close the gap to Perez? Perez didn't have DRS off Bottas this lap. I think the few laps of recharge we got is enough. I'll tell you what, if, I don't know, if Verstappen passes Sainz here, and then Sainz locks up into the back of Verstappen, that would make everyone a winner. As far as I'm concerned. Just lock up Sainz. Just, you know, into the back of him. But next lap, next lap. This has been a really good drive by K-Mag. I'm a bit worried about the tyres still, but I think they're going to be okay.
Copy that.
Hey, I appreciate the kind words. Oh, gosh. Ulsambra Tom Tortamish. I assume your name has a meaning that I can't comprehend as a mere mortal. But thank you very much for dropping by the stream today. Latifi's back ahead, everyone. The real GOAT. We're lapping about as fast as Bottas is. Remelem, thank you very much for summoning the Prime. Guys, you have been mad. Like, the fact we've got over 1,000 of you watching at... Oh my god, it's 2:30 in the morning. Why am I still here? I say why am I still here. We all know why I'm still here. I'm a fucking blast. It's so much fun.
Mode push.
Copy.
Chat, our tyres are going to hit a critical point here, but I don't think Alonso's not going to get us, neither's Russell. So we can push these, and if they burn up and die, it's not disastrous. I forgot to beep. Sorry, I'm really sorry. This or FM? At the moment, this. But this is a new game, right? We've all had our new shiny toy at some point in our lives that we play with a load. If Bottas and Perez want to fight, that would be nice. Wait. Oh, they're coming up to the chat. They've got to get past Latifi here. It is Latifi as well. They've got to get past Nicholas Latifi. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. Bottas has got life in it. Like, Bottas has done really well, actually, to keep ahead. The fact he's keeping ahead of the Red Bulls is mad. The thing is, Sainz is now going to have DRS here, as well as Verstappen is. Oh no, Nicholas, you're ruining the race. Has Sainz got DRS here? Yeah, he has. He got DRS because of the back markers. That is a big F moment for the Verstappen fans out there. K-Mag, I know the tyres aren't great, mate. Just have a go.
Got some margin. Try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy that.
These tyres are not good. These tyres are not good. Magnussen, these tyres are bad, man. It's like we're having our own little conversation.
Copy.
Sainz at 28%, so he is going to be struggling to the end. Verstappen's managed to close the gap for the final lap. I don't think we're catching Perez. I think this could be the final lap of the race. Final lap of the race. Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz. They have battled throughout. Both warriors wounded. Both with tyres in a dangerous, dangerous area. Sainz slightly more worn. A lap sooner pitted. but they're going to be doing battle here, and you have to imagine it's all going to come to who is going to have to lead coming out of Sector 2. The corners have not really been a place for overtakes in Sector 3, and well, at the moment, Verstappen just doing very, very well to maintain that gap. Further back, well, Magnussen not looking like it's his day, not looking like he'll be able to catch Perez.
Okay, Kev, no management required.
Got it.
DRS zone coming up. Carlos Sainz still ahead. 0.2 of a second in it. No back markers in the way. No more shenanigans. No more goats on their track. It is all going to come down to this at the Circuit of the Americas. Can Verstappen make a move on Carlos Sainz down this straight with the help of DRS? He's pushing, but he's just not quite got it in his tyres. Could he look for it to go up the inside? He can't. Sainz is going to hold on here. But still, a corner or two left. But I fear Max Verstappen has left it too late here. Sainz just needs to park it on each and every little apex. Can he see this out? The long sweeping right-hander coming up here. A real test on some tiring tyres. Verstappen maybe with one last chance of the dive bomb, but I'll tell you what, Sainz has managed this to perfection. He is pulling away. He has one corner left, and as close as Max Verstappen might be, it is all in vain. It is going to be the Spaniard who finishes first of the 2022 American Grand Prix. Leclerc is going to come back and get third after that spin. Valtteri Bottas, let's talk about his drive, folks. He has been absolutely heroic here. He's going to come fourth. Pits time perfectly, made it work around the safety car. Perez is going to wonder what if. He was leading the pack after the first safety car, but in the second shuffle, he lost out. Magnussen went aggressive. It didn't pay off for him. Haas, with only one car finishing today, finishing sixth. Still points over Mercedes in the race for third in the Constructors. But they might wonder what could have been had they avoided the free stop. Good race. Great racing. That was pretty sick to the end, though. Those tyres, I can't believe that they made them work. Alonso, by the way, finished on 17%. Oh, Latifi got overtaken, chat. How did he get overtaken? He was so far ahead of Albon. after the lapping. I don't know how that happened. Oh, that was... I mean, I think sixth really wasn't that bad. I think that's where we would have been if we hadn't stopped. I'm pretty sure. I want to check, actually. I think Alonso pitted when we did for the hards that he made last to the end.
From the Haas driver.
Let's check it. I mean, free down. Look at that. Look at the gains. Look, I mean, the safety car played into certain car strategies. I don't want to say it was all very coincidence, the fact that Pichère crashed where he did, but the cars that started on the mediums, I feel like, were the big gainers, although Bottas did well. See, yeah, Alonso put on the hards when we put on the softs. I had the dilemma of pitting there and going hards to the end, or put it on hards slightly later and trying to make them last. I don't think it made that bigger a difference, to be honest. I could have followed Alonso. The issue was because we went so much sooner with the mediums. I would have had to put the hards on when Verstappen did, but our wear was pretty comparable to the guys at the front by the end because our tyre wear isn't as good. Poor Vettel going medium, hard medium. He's the only person who put the hards on for the middle stint. Latifi, chat, full race without incidents. Which I can't quite believe. I'm just sad. When did Pichère crash? That feels like it was a while ago, doesn't it? Pichère had no incidents, apparently. I'm glad that filter works. Oh, what was the time difference like in the tyres here? Yeah, you can see there, chat. They need to work on the in-game on the average lap on the tyres. The tyres don't seem to have that big a difference in performance. Although, to be fair, we ran the softs on Kevin Magnussen chasing all those cars on the medium, so that probably pushed up the average quite a lot. That was a decent race. The Constructors, 50 points ahead of Mercedes with 3 races left. That looks pretty good now for third. And then driver-wise, Haas with Magnussen still ahead of Mercedes. Pichert, I mean, he might have Bottas chasing him by the end now. But the fact Pichert's up there is still pretty good. I know he's had his crashes, but when Pichert's quick, he's quick. Actually, look at that. Pichert's had 4 fastest laps. I didn't even realise that. I don't think we lost too much with the K-Mag pit. It didn't work, but it wasn't too disastrous. Oh, development points to end the stream. We love it. We love it, we love it, we love it. Are you guys ready for another late night raid, by the way? Last night we had another epic raid. The night before we had a good one. If you are new around here, we're going to go share the love with another F1 streamer. I know people are thinking, newer viewers at least, are going, I wonder what he's going to put Kevin Magnussen's development point on. It's all on overtaking. We're just putting it, we just wanted to get to 100 overtaking. That isn't our subplot, I feel like, of the entire Pichert project. And then Sargent actually has 2 development points. Chat, what are we thinking? I think it has to be cornering and control that we just work on together. As much as the racecraft stuff is nice. Oh, smoothness. Smoothness is awful. I've got to work on smoothness, haven't I? I mean, to be fair, he's not going to be... Maybe I should... Is there any reason not to just leave them all kind of saved up? I feel like maybe I just saved them all up and then spaff them all at once on the reserve driver, because it's not like it really matters for him, right? It'll be more fun that way. We can just dump 50 all at once and have fun. Pichert embodies the glass cannon. It's true, yeah. Pichert is pretty quick. I mean, Pichert's smoothness is usually pretty good, apparently, and his control is okay, but he just has incidents. Yes, the jerseys change for the drivers. Depending on what drivers you got, it will actually change the shirts that they all wear, which is pretty cool. It's like a small little detail. It works really well. Right, chat, can I just say, once again, I appreciate the fact so many of you are hanging out with me tonight. It's been really, really fun yet again. We are going to save things up here for the night. It is 2:30 in the morning. Let's make sure we save over the right save games. We're going to go and raid over to someone and share some love. I have no idea who's going to be streaming F1 Manager at this house. We'll find out together. I will be live again tomorrow, probably around 9, 10 p.m. UK time. I think I might go a little bit earlier, even if that means clashing with some of the football that's on, just because I want to play more. There is going to be a YouTube video, hopefully tomorrow, with Football Manager stuff for the Football Manager fans out there. Who is live with F1 Manager right now? Let me find someone who's live with F1 Manager. We're going to raid over to them. You guys have been absolute legends. Where are we going? Where shall we go? Let's go over to Swave. They're doing Williams. We need a Nicholas Latifi themed copy pasta here, chat. What have the geniuses in the chat got for us copy pasta wise? We need something to go in and spam in the chat and raise some hype with Swave. Let me just make sure they've still got Latifi, otherwise we might have to make it all about getting Latifi back.
Okay, back off. Got it.
Chat, he's got rid of Latifi. Bring back the GOAT. Bring back the Goatifi. That's what we want. Bring back the Goatifi. Right in all caps. Chuck's got a better idea. All caps, bring back the Goatifi. I can't believe he's got rid of him. Right, I'm as angry as you guys are. Let's go raise some love. Get it in your clipboard. Get it copied and pasted already. We're going to go do a massive raid. He has just been absolutely shifted. He's been absolutely shit on by the safety car that I've just seen. There's 4 laps left. It's wrecked his strategy. Let's go raid now. Guys, I'll see you over there. Thank you for hanging out today. We're back live tomorrow with more. I'll see you guys then. And other than that, bye. 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 Bye.